What is that sound? Oh my god.
ladies and gentlemen.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
China. I have to have my China.
Close it up, just like my wife's vagina. That's too much, man!
Oh, never occurred to me. Interest. It's just crazy enough to work. Yeah.
Do you know what we're here for?
Oh, what now?
Put your drum up. Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Break now. Come on! Phrasing.
He looks good, and he looks hard.
Follow the restraint.
Don't even play. Oh, girl, baby girl. A fucking bitch.
Come on!
Well, good evening, chat. Hope you're all having a great night so far. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here this weekend. This Saturnday evening. So we better get right to it. Uh-oh. Something is wrong with my mouth. Yeah, we'll fix that. Anyway, chat, buckle up those seatbelts, as we might experience some turbulence on this trip through the void. What's wrong with my face? is ridiculous. Highly offended. Wait, that didn't even... Come on. Tell me, there we go. Aha! Fixed it. Much better. That's very much better. Okay, well, my shoutouts going here. Fresh out the asylum, So Life and Moa Know It for second, third, and YouTube chat. Also, Selena Marie, Aaron W, Brandy Nuance, Normal by Nature, BCAT Gay, Nadia Yvette Chambers, Bob Garmody, The Anti-Corporatist, and Ceres. Good to see all of you here tonight on this galactic Saturnday. No, I have no drink. I'm woefully unprepared. GSL has cigars with... I had a single cigar with some, yes, some of the boys. Also some people I didn't know. That was a whole weekend ago. Did I see the thing with the guy from the WFP on MLH that I put in the Discord? I don't think so. I don't think so. I have been woefully underutilizing the Discord as of late due to a number of other things that have been going on. Trying to make sure that the Galactic News Network can continue to exist while also maintaining my life without becoming homeless. As well as earlier today, other things I've been working on trying to get those clips going. I know I am so bad at getting the clips out. Oh, great at the streaming, doing that every day. But then, clipping it does not happen as much as it should. I know that's part of the reason for why we don't have 500 subs in this goddamn channel yet. It's really more of a note to myself than to anyone else. Let's go on here to start in the United States. How shocking is that we would do such a thing? Let's talk about the election a little bit. If you haven't heard, Kamala Harris has officially secured the Democratic nomination by way of a virtual vote. You can only sub one. It's so true, and it's not your fault, Brandy. I'm saying it's my fault. Don't blame yourself. You've all been super helpful getting the word out there, telling people about the galactic experience that they could be having, things like that, and here I am, not doing enough. And so I blame myself entirely. Alright, that's right. Kamala Harris secured the Democratic nomination by way of the virtual vote. Happened earlier this week. I think it was Thursday? It was just a couple of days ago, I'm pretty sure. Let's go here. CBS, 10 hours ago.
Vice President Kamala Harris made history yesterday, officially becoming the first woman of color at the top of a major party ticket.
Now the attention turns to who she could choose as her running mate, and Bradley Blackburn is joining us live from the newsroom with the latest on all of it. Bradley.
Doug Lane, Vice President Harris crossed that historic threshold Friday afternoon, securing the majority of Democratic delegates in a virtual roll call vote. And while she weighs her choice for a potential vice president this weekend, former President Trump and J.D. Vance are hitting the campaign trail. The history-making moment happened online, with Vice President Kamala Harris clinching the Democratic nomination in a virtual roll call vote.
We are going to win this election.
Harris will travel to 7 battleground states next week to rally supporters. Her campaign pulled in $310 million in July. Now she's focused on...
Well, I just want to go back to that map. So these are the states that they're planning on hitting in the next week or so, I guess. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. Those are definitely the ones to hit. Those are definitely the ones to hit.
Campaign pulled in $310 million in July. Now she's focused on her running mate, meeting with candidates this weekend. President Biden said he's spoken to her about the decision, but wouldn't say what qualities she should look for.
I'll let her work that out.
The short list includes Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, Governor J.B. Pritzker of Illinois, Senator Mark Kelly from Arizona, and Pennsylvania.
So I think, as we all know, the media has been pushing hard for Shapiro and Kelly. I've been seeing a lot of stories lately about how Josh Shapiro is the best pick for Kamala and all this other stuff. Me, personally, I would love to see a Waltz or a Beshear on this ticket. It's Waltz 100%. Stephen K sounds very sure about that. Or is that your indication of how much you are for Waltz? Because I can understand you being for Waltz 100%, but right now I certainly can't. I can't be projecting Waltz 100% as the Kamala pick. I honestly not so sure where they're at. We are going to unpack a little bit more of that today. Yesterday we looked a little bit at it. Oh, you're a 100% Waltz guy. Makes sense.
Governor Josh Shapiro, who on Friday took on former President Trump's running mate.
J.D. Vance is a total phony baloney.
Vance and Trump.
Ooh, that's taking CBS News. Shapiro came out and took on J.D. Vance. Listen to this hard-hitting clip. He is a phony baloney. Okay, thanks, Josh.
We're planning another joint rally today in Georgia. Trump now trying to tie Harris to the issues at the southern border.
I think she's a horrible candidate because she wants open borders. She was a border czar. She tries to, deny that now, which is not working.
In a social media post, Trump said he has agreed to debate Harris on Fox News September 4th. It's not clear if the Harris campaign has confirmed, but she has said she's ready to debate. A debate between former President...
Okay, yeah, I don't think the phony baloney hit is gonna stick. That seems like Weird. Weird's doing good, but who? Phony baloney? Come on. What are we? 8 years old? You prefer either genuine or authentic baloney? Bologna? Okay, speaking of what this guy was just alluding to here on CBS, let's talk about that debate, which is supposed to happen second week in September, I believe the 10th, I think. I don't have the calendar directly in front of me right now, but here's BBC News from 7 hours ago, right after that story came out. Donald Trump agrees to Fox News' plan for debate with Kamala Harris. Well, there we go. Sounds like it's definitely, we talked about it yesterday. I'm pretty sure we talked about it yesterday, that it looked like it was going to happen, right? Well, here is, seemingly confirmation.
Turning to the US election now, and the Republican presidential nominee Donald Trump says he has agreed to take part in a televised debate with Kamala Harris on Fox News next month. It's currently unclear whether Ms. Harris has agreed to the debate and its terms. Well, let's discuss this further with the Professor of
what do you
International
mean?
Politics, David Dunn.
What does that even mean? Because we know here full well that Kamala Harris said, let's debate. Almost verbatim. I can't remember the exact words she used, but on multiple occasions said that Donald was running away from the debate and that she was ready. Say it to my face was one of the phrases used. So what? What are you talking about? There's definitely going to be a debate.
David, welcome. How much would each side have at stake in this
I need a
debate?
fucking drink.
Well, given how consequential the debate between Biden and Trump was, this is a huge deal for both sides. It matters. There will be a huge amount of attention on it. And actually, we have candidates who have a lot riding on the outcome of it. Trump will be trying to show that Harris is deeply radical and that she can't debate and she isn't fit to stand up to world leaders in the way that the robust and rambunctious Mr. Trump can. And she will be trying to define herself separately to the way in which the Republicans have attacked her in those ads as someone who is unreliable and dangerously liberal. So there will be a lot of focus on this event. And of course, his announcement today of the terms of those debates, which haven't been agreed by the Democratic Party, is him trying to dictate terms for that debate, wanting a live studio audience, wanting it to be hosted by Fox rather than ABC, which had previously been agreed.
Okay, yeah, so this, I mean, it seems to me like it's pretty clear what's going to happen. The pre-agreed Fox debate will go ahead as planned, but instead of Joe Biden, it will be Kamala Harris. It's not radically different in any way, aside from there being one different person in the equation. Princess Monocle has redeemed the Hydrate command on Twitch, as well as first. Good job on getting first. I don't think anybody has gotten second or third yet on Twitch. Speaking of Twitch viewers about to get hit with a top of the hour ad break. The only way possible to avoid that is by subscribing, having a subscription gifted to you, or utilizing the free Twitch sub that everyone gets with their Amazon Prime subscription, if you happen to be an Amazon Prime subscriber. You get a free one every month. Could use it here to help the Galactic News Network continue in what it does. Now, I'll be right back. Enjoy those ads. Need a drink. Okay. Thank you for making me stay hydrated. Let's move along. Wait a second. How many likes do we have, by the way, while we're in the middle of all this? Also have Twitch Nitro. Ooh, that's very fancy. That's very, very fancy. Mr. Fancy Twitch Nitro. Is it Twitch Turbo and Discord Night? I think that's actually right. I don't know. I don't actually work for Twitch. I'm a third-party contractor. Not a spokesman for them, but I'm almost positive it's Discord Nitro. That sounds very much right. What was I doing? Oh, right. I was checking how many likes you all have on this stream right now. 20. Right now you're going unsupported when you should have 2 support characters. And that's unfair. It's a 17. And a 5. 5. I think 5 is Morty. I can't remember who 17 is. Let's find out. First, though, let's go over here. Do 2 things at once. Here is the majority report with Sam Cedar from 9 hours ago. Let's see how JD Vance is helping out the Trump ticket. It's probably going good.
This is we were talking yesterday about how JD Vance is sort of uniquely unlikable in many ways. This is when he made that joke about drinking Mountain Dew that nobody could quite figure out why it was a joke, and he was chuckling at it, and you guys are lots of fun. And you've got Tim Walls out there. Maybe we'll play this in a bit, saying, what's wrong with these people? Like, where they're prying into why they've had babies or didn't have babies, or how manly men should be. And JD Vance has got some weird revanchist and retrograde ideas.
Fancy words, Sam.
And we sit here in our smug little studio and pass judgment because we're not real Americans. Of course, we don't. We live in New York and Brooklyn, and but it turns out that our perspective on JD Vance was rather on the nose. Here is CNN talking about.
By the way, speaking of mighty men of valor, all right, as a galactic lord, my valor is unsurpassed. I'm just going to point that out. I think it's obvious to most people, but just to remind all of you.
How well JD Vance, or how much I should say, is helping Donald Trump's ticket.
It's a negative net territory. Look at that, -6 points. I will tell you, Aaron, I have gone all the way back since 1980. He is the first guy after immediately following a convention, a VP pick, who actually had a net negative favorable rating. That is underwater. The average since 2000 is plus 19 points. JD Vance making history in the completely wrong way.
I mean, it's amazing. Plus 19. And I know people talk VPs don't usually matter, but they're usually
they're
not
pretty
a negative.
popular. Usually they're popular. In this case, he's dragging Trump down.
All right. And then there's also Ohio, which I, have been around long enough to have been there on an election night. And the reason I was there, because the person who wins Ohio wins the White House.
Right.
Ohio's a red state now.
Yeah.
So what does the JD Vance pick do for Trump? Obviously,
Kelly's
he is
just
senator from
giving
Ohio.
him
There's this whole idea. JD Vance.
Kelly? I can't remember her goddamn name. Looks like she's just giving Ohio over to the Republicans. It's supposed to be a purple state. I mean, granted, it has gone red for what? 2 elections in a row?
Is going to help out in Ohio, perhaps help out in those Rust Belt, those Great Lake battleground states. But if you look at Ohio, JD Vance won in 2022, but he only won by 6 points. That's worse than Donald Trump did in 2020. It's far worse than Mike DeWine did in 2022. He was the worst performing Republican candidate in 2022, up and down the ballot in the state of Ohio. He has nothing there.
All right, so Trump does very well with white working class voters.
That is fantastic. And I mean, it's what is frustrating to me about these conversations that they have is like, well, then why did they pick him? They picked him because of Peter Thiel's money. They picked him because
they always refuse to get in deep on these things. It's always surface analysis. Never want to go even a single layer deep and be like, well, them. Yeah, why? Why did they do it? Is it because Trump likes his face? I would even accept that. I would even accept that analysis. But yeah, they're gonna keep doing what they do. We'll do what we do. And what Sam was just about to say is what we've already talked about on this stream. We all know, I think pretty much all of us know, that JD Vance has access to that sweet, sweet Thiel money. He's got his own money too, but he's also got access to that Thiel bro money. The Musk, the Bank of Musk. It does seem like this bet has actually done 2 bad things, because didn't Elon already pull his support now since JD was made? I think we talked about that too recently. By the way, good to see you, Soul Life, Mr. Birthday Boy. Mrs. Jen has been playing too much poker lately, apparently. Oh shit, that's not how you do that. Focusing in too much on chat. Get back to the important stuff. This is very important. Oh god. This is Forbes News 5 hours ago. Always with the clips over here at Forbes Breaking News. Here's a title from them. Marjorie Taylor Greene goes nuclear on Kamala Harris at Trump Atlanta rally. What does that mean? What does that mean? She went nuclear? Oh my god, this sounds intense. Let's find out what that means.
Oh, Georgia.
Oh, girl, baby girl.
This is home sweet home. This is home. I love you. I love every single one of you.
Marjorie Taylor Greene loves everybody in Georgia. I find that very, very hard to believe. Perhaps I'm not giving her enough, I forgot how long this thing is. Hold on, when does she start talking about Kamala? I think it's like around here. Why do I insist on trying to remember everything in my brain? It's not helpful. Okay,
Clear. We remember back in 2016 when Donald Trump stepped on the stage in the Republican primary election, and he took a sledgehammer to the Washington establishment.
Did he?
And the crime he really committed in 2016 was defeating Hillary Clinton.
I don't think that's a crime. I am pretty sure that's not a crime.
And the deep state and the globalists and the Washington elite, they have been after him ever since. They've come after that man with lie after lie, smear after smear, from the Russia hoax to impeachment hoax number 1, impeachment hoax number 2.
Oh my god. Do you see this? This thing is like glitching out.
They came after President Trump.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, I want to clip it so bad.
Impeachment hoax number 2.
It also looks like she's... Do you see her hand? Oh my god, this is amazing.
Hoax to impeachment hoax number 1, impeachment hoax number 2.
This is Forbes' video.
They came after President Trump. And then our election, Georgia, was stolen from us.
Oh my god.
That's right. Right down the road from here with the water main break. That's right. And then it all changed. And we watched the Democrats shut this country down and destroy our freedoms over a virus that came from China.
Oh no.
Right. We watched the Democrats, Kamala Harris herself, support riots in city streets across America.
She did not do that.
Looting and taking away the rights from Americans.
She took away the rights from who? Americus? Who's Americus? Americus. That's a fun name, actually. I'll bet somebody names their kid that by like 2050. Americus. Americus Johnson. People in chat seem to think that Marjorie Taylor Greene is under the influence, or at least some people. We are all Americus. Exactly. It's a good point. His name was Americus Paulson. Alright, I can't help it. We're gonna do this. This is very... what's the word? This is very unprecedented. Okay? Doesn't happen that often. It is the weekend, though, so I'm trying to provide some amount of what some might call fun. Even though it's not Sunday Funday. It's just been so tough lately with everything going on. Trying to bring things up, if you will, vibes-wise. Well, it's gonna be tough. It's tough. It's always tough on this goddamn channel. I'm just not a fun guy, I think. That's part of the problem. Just not fun. Let's go here. Let's talk about JD Vance. Again. Through a channel you might be familiar with.
We also, well, one of the things we were talking about in the sort of what felt like the inevitable Biden stepping down was the inability of Republicans to constrain themselves and find a narrative in which they could attack Kamala Harris without it being sort of nakedly misogynistic or racist. And it took like all of 36 hours, not even. Was it 28 hours? 26 hours? I don't know.
We'll be safe and say less than 48 hours. Let's
Emma's
give
so
the Republicans
generous.
their due. They
So
bit
nice
their
of her.
tongue for a full 2 days almost.
Here, let's start with Tim Burkett. You know Tim Burkett. He was one of the guys. Didn't like Kevin McCarthy like punch him in the kidney or something like that when he was talking
He's
to
like,
somebody?
why'd you deck me, Kevin?
Oh, right. Those were fun.
Those were fun times. Here is Tim Burkett telling CNN's Manu Raju why he believes Kamala Harris was selected as the nominee.
This would be very,
Biden said, first
very
off,
tempered.
he said he's going to hire a black female for vice president.
Uh-huh.
He just skipped over. What about white females? What about
oh my God,
any other group?
When
you go down that route, you take mediocrity, and that's what they have right now as vice president.
Yeah. Suggesting she was a DEI hire?
100%.
100. Oh wow. Oh
he said
boy.
he was going to hire, and she didn't. Her record is abysmal at best.
We know that.
Okay. I mean, let's just, it is true that Joe Biden said that he was going to pick an African-American female when he was choosing a vice president. But the implication is, of course, that there's no women of color who were eligible to be vice president. If there is a single person in the sound of my voice who thought for one moment that Donald Trump was going to pick anybody but a white guy for his VP.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm the guy who thinks Mike Pence was the best at vice presidenting, and that's why he got picked.
This is a guy who was 40% approval rating in Indianapolis as the governor when he was picked.
In Indiana, you mean? Yeah.
In Indiana, right.
Right. And
I mean, we've talked about, WEI in the past. And, it's a scourge. It's a scourge on this country, honestly. All right. Let's. I'm trying to keep it moving here. Got a bunch of stuff to talk about today. And there's a few videos in here today that are just super long. Like, we got a bunch of stories to talk about, though we got like a few that I really wanted to watch, really get into. So, let's go here. Ooh, more breaking news from Forbes. 10 hours ago. Top VP contender Andy Bashir seen walking his dog as Harris interviews potential running mate. What is walking his dog? Oh my god, hold on. We have to see this. This is serious, everybody. Oh my god. There's the governor, and there's his dog, and they're both walking. They are in fact correct. Both the governor and the dog walking. Yes, that's right. They've now left. Not quite. But you can see him. He's now taking the dog off of the leash. Oh boy, that was not in this title. Let the dog off of the leash. Oh boy, that. Wow, now that's breaking news. Thankfully, it does appear that, yeah, that's right. Okay, the dog is in fact in a fenced-in area, so it should be fine. Okay, that's good. Phew. Wow, okay. Forbes breaking news. That is huge stuff there. Andy Bashir walking his dog. Not just walking it, though. Taking it off of the leash. Thankfully, in a safe manner. No one was at risk of, including the dog. What does it mean? I can't say for sure. And if anything, I think what it means is that Andy Bashir walks his dog. Which is, it's pretty relatable, actually, now that I think about it. But beyond that, I don't know what it means. And Forbes gave zero context for what it meant to them when they posted it. But it was important enough for them to use the title by the way, on their channel called Forbes Breaking News. All caps. Watch, : That's how they started off the title, right? Like, it was serious. It was very serious. Is it still Soul Life's birthday? Technically, it's still Soul Life's birthday. We're gonna pretend it is until we're done pretending. Whenever that happens. That's when the Soul Life's birthday will officially be over. Let's go here in a absolutely unprecedented move. A triple MR vid clip. First third of the show. Absolutely unprecedented. This has never happened. Let's see how Jesse Waters, very normal guy.
He looks good, and he looks hard.
Very normal guy here. See how he's doing with the recent events in politics.
Mike Johnson had to beg his fellow lawmakers in a closed-door session to not be overtly racist or misogynist in criticizing Kamala Harris. Unfortunately for Mike Johnson, there's gold in them there hills for right-wing talkers. And not just gold. I mean, to be fair, from their perspective, there's oxygen in those hills, too. They need this stuff. It's not just to enrich themselves. It's also just living their life. Here's Fox's Jesse Waters going out and saying that, of course, she couldn't have gotten the job.
He looks good, and he looks
she was
hard.
not qualified for the job. Here she is.
How can Kamala Harris cobble together the Obama coalition if she can't even crack 5% with black voters? Those were her numbers in the 2020 Democratic primary. Biden, Bernie, Liz Warren, Cory Booker all did better with blacks than Kamala Harris. And suddenly she's the next Messiah? The only reason Kamala's in the White House is because of the DEI deal Biden cut with Bernie to seal the nomination.
Whenever Jesse Waters says the word, whenever he says the word blacks, it's very disturbing.
The only ones really pumped about Harris is
Pause
the
it for 1
machine.
second. Why is this repeated over and over again that this is a deal that she cut with Bernie?
I know. This is I'm about to solve it here. Minorities advancing, people coming over the border, all of that's orchestrated by who's it gonna be?
But why wouldn't it have been Soros? Why Bernie?
Well,
Like, was there any reporting at all?
they
that-
did pick the like I think
Bernie Sanders, the absolute most powerful senator in the entire United States. You know what Bernie Sanders can get done in an afternoon? Ha! Oh boy, you're in for one. Right. But like, seriously though, Bernie Sanders? Come on.
less marketable a Jewish person to be the puppet master for the monologue, but he's trying to basically say that she's also beholden to the radical left
That she's
Jew.
a socialist.
I don't
see.
remember
But, I mean,
any
this-
time. I
there was
need
no
Kamala in
reporting,
the-
but I've heard this now a half a dozen times from the right. But all right, keep going.
And suddenly she's the next Messiah? The only reason Kamala's in the White House is because of the DEI deal Biden cut with Bernie to seal the nomination. The only ones really pumped about Harris is the machine.
So now that the process is played out,
Pause it for 1 second.
From the
I got news for you. The machine was only pumped about Harris after it became inevitable. The machine tried to, I don't know, have Beyonce host the debate to elevate somebody else.
Yeah, the machine elevated Biden too. He was a loser in the primaries until South Carolina, and it's like, actually, this is the guy. Look at him. He became the Messiah. He beat your guy.
Yeah. It's not like people were enthralled with Joe Biden. There was no big grassroots support for Joe Biden in his first or second election campaigns. All right. Let's talk some other stuff here. Okay, this is... Actually, do we do this now? After? I'll put it over here. Okay, I guess it's that time now. This is technically in the title of the vid. That's right, Project 2025. What is it? We know what it is. I think we've talked about it on a number of numerous occasions at this point on this stream. And we've heard also a particular individual happens to be running for president by the name of Donald J. Trump, who has been saying he's never heard of it. He doesn't know anything about it. What does it even mean? Is it 25? Project 25? Never heard of it. We've also seen just piles of evidence that practically everyone Trump either knows or knows Trump and loves Trump and will be serving in Donald Trump's administration has been somehow involved in the writing of this nearly 1,000 page it's hard. I want to call it a book. It's not quite a book. What I would call it is like a manifesto You know, it's like basically all of the worst rantings and desires of the Republican Party. 42. What does 42 mean? I don't know what 42 means. I'm gonna move past it. Is this a reference to Hitchhiker's Guide? That's not. I don't think that's the answer to this particular situation. But with all that said about Project 25, I mean, now I'm calling it Project 25. With all that said about Project 2025, let's look at this little piece from Walter Masterson. From 2 days ago, he went out asking various MAGA individuals what they think about
Thanks for being here.
Project 2025.
It's time you went full mask off as a total Nazi. I really appreciate it.
Oh my god, is that
Yeah.
Oh my god. Why can't I think of his name right now?
He knows.
I know that guy. Why can't I think of his name? He's a shitty person. I think it's because I've completely blocked him out of my brain. Kid Rock, thank you. Yep. No, I know it's not Kid Rock. Why do I know who that is? I know exactly who it is, and yet can't think of his name. It doesn't matter. Russell Brand, thank you. Thank you. So yeah, they went and pretended to be members of the Heritage Foundation at the RNC and decided to see what people thought about Project 2025.
What happened to VP? Vance?
Wait, I think. Let me make sure that the
All right, you gotta roll. Vance is the VP pick.
It's real?
Is it real?
Okay, Trump quote. Quote me.
What?
Is there a Trump quote? Give me Carolyn right now. Gentlemen?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, Daily Signal.
I'm here at the RNC.
Get me
I was here to
Carolyn
witness
right now.
People's reactions
Wonder
when
who
Trump
Carolyn
announced
is.
his running mate,
Sounds
JD
like a
Vance.
I'm so tired of people calling Trump a Hitler. Trump is not a Hitler.
JD Vance said it, but he.
All right.
JD Vance did say he did call Trump America's Hitler.
That's just so sick.
JD Vance opinion.
That man is genuinely upset. He will be having oh god, I feel like he immediately started having an existential crisis when he heard that. He's like, excuse me, JD Vance, our second in command, is a Trump Hitler caller? This is, oh no.
Views were very similar to mine when Trump got first elected.
You called him America.
You know what's amazing about this picture we're looking at is that, in fact, the words this man is saying are, in fact, they're weirder than what he's wearing.
Is Hitler?
No, I never called him that. When did you call him that?
He called him America's Hitler.
No, I want to slap him just for that. Anybody that calls
this
that
guy
man
is
Hitler
also
should be
upset.
slapped. You better look at who Hitler really was. Hitler was.
Oh boy, I feel like we should clip this and send this to JD Vance direct. I don't have his personal email, but he needs to see this because, man, according to this guy, JD Vance needs to look up who Hitler was. Oh boy.
Illegal. Vegan, vegetarian. So there's our first problem. I mean,
That's our first problem, is that he was a vegan. How can you possibly compare Hitler and Trump, because Hitler was a vegan? I love that. That's a good... yeah, that's a good point.
We're also taking people's temperature about Trump's VP pick, JD Vance. What do you think?
My wife told me about it. I'd have to do a little bit of research on him.
NRA supported Vance's candidacy, gave him the highest possible grade for a non-office holder. Vance repeatedly attacked red flag laws and assault weapons bans. Here's one. J.D. Vance has supported banning porn.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. It should be banned.
Yeah.
This guy's looking back at the camera like, I'm being recorded right now saying porn should be banned. I wonder why he's saying this. I'm just trying to think. Is it his wife or his daughter that are looking at porn that he doesn't appreciate?
He wants to get rid of no-fault divorce.
Right, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah, so,
Wow.
And so, yeah.
Wow, he's got some great ideas.
You know, he says, I've reviewed a lot of Project 2025. There are some good ideas in there. You know, so there's, and, you know, are you a big government or small government guy?
Big government or small government?
I think they're in way too
Standard.
many things.
Perfect.
Way too many.
J.D. Vance endorsed a plan to cut Medicare and turn it into a voucher program. He complained about Social Security and Medicare's effect on the
He seems upset by that one, not gonna lie. I think this guy is probably on Medicare.
budget. He praised John Huntsman for supporting Social Security cuts, chastised Rick Perry, you know, for supporting these programs. Climate change, what do we think?
I don't know that I buy it.
Vance refused to say that climate change was man-made, denied that there was a climate crisis. He promotes more fossil fuel production. How do you feel about the nuclear family?
I think we need to.
Yeah,
most.
I don't think this guy could define nuclear family. But I think he gets the general sense of but doesn't quite grasp it. I mean, that's because that was clearly not the answer, right? What about the nuclear family? "Quote unquote, I think we need to." That's not an answer. That is. What does that even mean? We? Him? Them? I think maybe he has a thing for Walter Masterson? And he's talking about them in particular, that they should start a nuclear family. I support that.
J.D. Vance states that he believes marriage is exclusively between a man and a woman.
I believe that.
Yeah.
I do. Yeah, it doesn't mean that I don't love the people that choose to do the other. You know, except I don't hate them. You know, but I don't think it's good for a nation. I don't think it's good for a people. You know, for us to live in a way that dishonors God.
Calls for completely defunding Planned Parenthood.
Jesus, I say that.
Oh, God.
Completely, 100%, like day one. Day one.
Day
they needed to stop it.
Yeah, no
one.
exceptions for rape or incest.
No,
Supports deputizing private citizens to.
He just wants to make abortion completely illegal. Okay, interesting.
Abortion providers called Roe v. Wade an abomination, cheered the Supreme Court's decision to overturn it, supported legislation to ban abortion federally at 15 weeks.
Right, I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I never knew this stuff about him. I never knew anything about him.
He really loves this stuff.
So now that you know all this about J.D. Vance, you like him more?
I would say yes. Okay. Those are in line with my values. I really like what I've heard, you know. I mean, I don't, you know, I'm just taking what you was reading there and going, yeah, I agree with that. I don't know, you know, I mean, and I say that, I'm saying I'm not a Republican because I'm like the staunch Republican. I'm a Republican because of the fact that
He's Republican because they're not the Republicans aren't real Republicans. They're not Republican enough for him.
It's about Jesus first.
It's Jesus absolutely first.
When you think of democratic values, Jesus wanted to clothe and feed the poor and give them housing. You hear Democrats talk about housing as a right, food as a right.
I don't know. The Bible says that if you don't eat, or you don't work, you don't eat. We're doing way too much of that. We're doing way too much at giving
Jesus,
stuff away to people. You know, I'm talking about rewarding people for working hard.
Talking about loaves and fishes?
Yeah, because we're talking about how if the Democratic Party, you know, had these same Christian values.
Hold on. Okay, hold on. This guy's wild. They talk to a bunch of people. I mean, this video goes on for a while. So let's get some more of the crazies in here. Oh, yeah. Oh, God.
That's a good point. So then,
And if I could say something more on the Trump thing,
yeah.
Well, obviously we're all aware of what happened a couple days ago, and so I think that was a very courageous symbol. Him up there with his fist and blood on his face, and I wish that we could apply that same kind of courageous symbol to
school shootings. But you mean
No.
abortion?
But abortion, yes,
No,
absolutely.
I was kidding about. I was kidding about the school shooting.
I know.
I know, but I was like,
I know.
wow.
Even though we're killing thousands of children legally protected.
Through abortion,
No. Like once they're in school.
Open to the camera here. Look, to show everyone that you are pro-2X.
That girl clearly has not had too much time to assess those political views she seems to have. Ooh, Don James. Don James with the gigantified emote. Very, very fancy.
Yeah. So you know what? I've been talking about this a lot. It's kind of an unpopular opinion. I'm not allowed to say this, but you know what? At the Trump rally last week, one of the things that aggravated me is when you go to these rallies, they take your gun away at the door.
Exactly. And that's disgusting.
Exactly.
You know? Listen, that could have prevented the guy from even taking a shot. You know, he's got 5 shots. If I believe so, correct me if I'm wrong. 5 shots. You know, that's ridiculous. If somebody had a gun at that rally, I'm sure that guy would have been down a lot quicker.
Yeah,
He would have saw it.
If only people had more guns at the rally, it would have been fine. Okay. Interesting take. Very interesting take.
Try doing that if 1,000, 2,000 of us are all open carry, you know?
Listen, we should not be afraid to be armed in this country. This is our nation. Yeah. You know, God has given us this beautiful right to have an armed and secure nation. We should maintain it, and we can't allow these people, these radicals, to destroy that. We can't allow that in this country. If we do, we've lost this nation. Once we lose our right to speak, once we lose our right to be able to defend ourselves, this nation's lost. We can't lose that at all. That's
This guy who's speaking and carrying a gun is claiming that he's lost his right to speak and to defend himself. Weird.
That's why I'm supportive of Donald Trump, and I hope that he wins, and I know he's going to win this year, this election.
I feel this guilt about it, as if we all could have done something about it. Like we all could have. Because here's the thing: you've been to a Trump rally before. We've been to Trump rallies. They don't allow guns.
That's right. This is the safest place in America right now.
Wait, why? Just because there's no guns?
No, because if you pull out a gun right now, there's a sniper somewhere. I don't know where they are. That's going to shoot you.
Yeah, but that's the cops, right? It's not citizens.
No, that's not the cops. That's the Secret Service. I mean, we need protection for Trump on a massive scale that necessitates this response. But
that means taking everyone's guns away?
No, dude, I would not want this person. Well, I would not want the Antifa to have guns. I would not want that.
This is so weird though, because it's like, you know, like, because like with schools, right? Like we want to protect our children. Like there's nothing more important than protecting our children.
That's a hard one too. Should we arm teachers? I don't know. What do you think?
Well,
we should?
I mean, like we had the Secret Service, best trained marksmen on the planet surrounding Trump, didn't do it, right?
Well,
like it wasn't enough. Right?
Well,
like I get
rid of the Second Amendment.
Oh boy. Okay. You're banned. I don't think anybody's banned Donald James. I can see you talking. That's antithetical to being banned. Hold on. This video goes on for a while. Oh yeah, this is when
where I would feel uncomfortable disarming myself also. However, in certain cases, I mean, could you imagine if they just let anybody in?
Yeah, but
there would never be conventions ever. It would be mass chaos all the time. I think we're just in a position.
Do you sound like a liberal? Do you support the Second Amendment?
I'm 100%. Yeah, absolutely hardcore Second Amendment. That's a tricky situation.
It doesn't make sense.
It's tricky.
Well, how do you screen people then? Do you just let anybody in?
I mean, you know, that's freedom of speech. You want
okay, so somebody from North Korea gets in.
I mean, you just make sure. Well, that's just a border issue.
No, I mean they're in the United States.
You got to build.
They've got a gun. I'm saying, how do you screen people? Do you make sure they're Americans first?
Yes.
Do you go
Make sure they're Americans before you let them into the.
So there goes all the foreign enemies that want to get in and assassinate.
So Americans can come into the Trump rally, you know, with open carry or concealed carry.
I'm on the fence because I'm also.
He's on the fence because you also know that the the guy who shot Donald Trump and what was it, 3 other people? I'm pretty sure he was an American.
Wait, you said you're a teacher? You were a teacher for 20 years?
I was a teacher for over 20 years, and we have no time in our schedule for any gun training whatsoever.
Make
and
time.
Honestly, if there was time, I would call out that day. Not because I'm against guns or anything. You know, I do believe people will kill people.
Like if there's
But like, if there's not even enough training to give us all like professional development, you know, and to like, there's no way in hell that any of my colleagues would be like, oh, they want us to do gun training now, you know, like.
It just depends on how much you love America.
Time, we would be much better at self-care and not becoming like, you know, alcoholics and like getting depressed and like, you know, the suicide rates amongst educators and just all these things that plague us in our field. Yeah, gun training is just not on our.
I am shocked that a teacher would say that she doesn't want teachers armed to the teeth to fend off armed assailants. I mean, what? That's crazy. Okay, hold on. There's a bunch of these. Which one do we go to? Oh, actually, yeah. This guy is unhinged. Oh, God.
An enemy of the United States.
Right, and should be treated accordingly.
Okay, let me speak. Well, no, I don't have a clue what you're talking about. Because you know why? Because you're being spoon-fed by the legacy. You are being spoon-fed.
Being spoon-fed.
You were being spoon-fed.
Okay,
spoon-fed.
tell me about abortion. What right do you have to talk about abortion?
That's all he knows. Hey, Don James just cheered 300 bits. Thank you, Don James. I appreciate that. Helping keep the Galactic News Network going.
Spoon-fed.
How many times
Why?
have you
Because
found
I
yourself
have
in an
injected
unwanted pregnancy?
my
2 or 3
semen into a ton of women,
How many
which
times
gives
have you
me a
found
right
yourself
to
in
do
an
it.
unwanted pregnancy? What would you do if you were pregnant and a 16-year-old girl that was...
Listen, most of us in the Republican Party, you know, if we are with, you know, dating someone, seeing someone, or if our child gets pregnant, we would ship them off somewhere to get it taken care of. We'd ship them off to another state.
Exactly.
And
This guy back here. Exactly. We ship him off to another state. Jesus Christ. That is not something to agree to. This fucking guy. But yeah, I mean, he's basically just agreeing to a bunch of stuff that is in fact in Project 2025, which is what they're trying to do here.
you know, because we can do that.
Because
you know,
you're hypocrites.
But no, listen, this is something that I don't have to worry about as a white male, right?
So shut up about it. You don't have to worry about
It helps us get votes from people that do care about it. Oh yeah, that is true. White women, like, are the reason that Democrats get elected, right?
No, white women are the ruination of America.
The 19th Amendment.
19th Amendment. Yes.
Yes.
High five.
Oh.
Yes. What we missed. That's what.
Yes. What should
19th Amendment, bro. Gotta get those women to stop voting. Oh my God. Just so inconvenient.
the 19th Amendment?
Abolish it.
Abolish the 19th.
Oh my God. We found her and apologized after. That poor woman for like a good 10 minutes was thinking that these two were like just totally for it. Hey. A raid from No Comment Chick CC. Thank you for the raid, NCC. Welcome, NCC viewers. Much appreciated. Alright, hold on. We can't watch this whole video. It's like straight up an hour and 15 minutes long.
From this sort of language of the Heritage Foundation, I understand that. Maybe that needs to it helps get them elected in their district.
I disagree that it helps them not get elected. We won in Florida with Governor Ron DeSantis when he was a bold conservative, standing up for these principles, these fundamentals.
Don't shy away from Project 2025. Don't shy away from abortion. Don't shy away from any of these things. I agree. Thank you for that.
Florida's a swing state. Republicans hope to win Florida by 3 or 4% usually, right?
Yeah.
Ron DeSantis won it by 20 points. Yeah. You have to take note of that politically. It doesn't happen. And I think it's because of those strong, bold stands.
Thank you for that.
He's saying that because Ron DeSantis has been on board with some of the absolute worst stuff that MAGA wants to get done, that's why he's doing so good. They gotta go full Project 2025. They gotta embrace the crazy. Okay, interesting.
Saying we're gonna ban abortion nationally, and a lot of people correct me and they're like, listen, no, we're just gonna kick it back to the states. And I'm like, no, once we have control of the House, the Senate, the presidency, we are going to take this country back. We will have a ban on abortion. We will ban mifepristone, ban, contraception. Life begins at conception.
That's right. And all human life deserves to be protected. Yeah. Look, the reason
Jesus Christ.
Jesus, I say that.
Life begins at conception. No, wrong. You have 30 likes? Oh, that means you get another emotional support character. Hold on. What's that? 9? 6? 6? 9. Ooh, gotta hydrate. Sorry about that, Omega Star. Almost didn't see that. And thank you for the follow, Freed KY. Alright, what were we doing? Oh yeah, I'm just gonna skip ahead. Can't listen to every single one of these unhinged rants from these people. I mean, I guess we could, technically. But it's just... honestly. Feels like repeats with some of them as well.
We need to be more honest about that. And not be like wimping out and saying like, oh, well, it's really about the states. Right. The average voter, they don't know about it. Right. All of the delegates coming to the RNC know. Yeah, they know. They know. They know what project.
Trying to make it sound like it's some evil plan.
No, it's pretty basic stuff. It's not like this is the first time Heritage has made that.
Yeah.
Policy platform.
Yeah. Like we've been doing it since 1980.
Yeah, I know.
And we're working with Heritage Foundation to we're demystifying all of it.
You're from Oklahoma? Yeah. Oklahoma, where you can teach the words in schools now?
That is correct.
Once Trump gets back in the White House this November, that's going to be nationwide. Nationwide, we're going to bring prayer back into schools, 10 Commandments.
Yeah, amazing.
None of this separation of church and state horse, pardon my language.
Are you feeling
Oh my god, this lady is utterly just ecstatic. She is beaming over this. Look at her face. She could not be more excited about the sound of the destruction of the separation of church and state. That emoluments clause is so stupid anyway. Need more God in schools, right?
Horse, pardon my language.
Are you familiar with the Heritage Foundation and our platform?
Yeah, I am familiar with the Heritage Foundation, yeah.
Have you got a chance to explore Project 2025?
Not yet, no. I haven't done a lot of
yeah, it's huge.
She heard Heritage Foundation and then her fucking, like, if physics allowed it, her hat would have just come off. If this was a cartoon, her literal, the top of her head would have exploded. Say what? Because she is, I mean, now she's over the moon. Did you say Heritage Foundation?
I think the opposite, right? That's what I do. Like they're like green energy. I'm like, no green energy, easy.
The president of the Heritage Foundation, who he's a great guy.
Kevin D. Roberts.
Oh my gosh! Yeah. Please, my compliments to him. He's fantastic.
He's fantastic. She knows the founder of the Heritage Foundation by name. She's got that at the ready for these types of conversations.
Yeah, yeah, just another thing, Project 2025,
Yeah.
you know what, we love it.
Yeah.
You know, we just want everyone to know more about it.
Okay, yeah.
You know,
Great.
it is our policy for when we take this country back.
Yeah, it's
I know
brilliant.
I know we're pretending, Trump is like, oh, I've never heard of it. But you know what, that's
not popular online.
Yeah, because the liberals are making a satanic panic, but we all love it. You know?
Fantastic.
Lots of people.
Oh my god, she's rubbing his shoulder. Did you see that? She is so. She could not be more excited to hear that they're from the beloved Heritage Foundation.
Illegal.
There are lots of organizations here. The Heritage Foundation is one of them. I don't think that means Trump has to agree with everything that's in Project 2025. He has his own agenda that he's released.
But he tried. It's everything that he also tried to do during his first administration. Tried to replace the entire staff of all federal employees with loyalists.
So what? So there's some things in it that he agrees with. Again, he didn't do everything in it. He didn't try to do everything in it in his first administration. He didn't try to institute a national.
This guy, I'm almost positive this guy knows who Walter Masterson is. He's young enough to I'm pretty sure.
Ban his first administration.
Like he knows what's happening there right now.
He stacked the courts. He got the courts. He stacked the courts, and they threw it out.
So Walter,
he's not SCOTUS.
Walter, tell me, can at the same time can he put Supreme Court justices on the court and also support the overturning of Roe? He can do those two things at once.
There's a great way to not support a national abortion ban. It's by not nominating Amy Coney Barrett, Gorsuch, and people that vehemently oppose abortion.
Is that a national abortion ban, or is that just Roe being overturned?
Well, look at what happened. Look at where we are.
Vance, right, who supports a national abortion ban. So what? J.D. Vance doesn't have the authority to institute a national abortion ban.
Okay, all right. Let's keep this moving. Look at his hair. Would you like to elaborate on that at all?
Gearing it up by 90%.
Well,
we don't want to repeat Iraq.
No, but we want to use force to calm the situation down.
We know, kind of like how they say, free Gaza from Hamas. It's free Mexico from the cartels.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't say that.
Are you familiar with our platform that much?
A little bit.
Yeah. So
I've read some of your stuff before from the Heritage Foundation.
Yeah. So a lot of what we're doing, since we have so many good American patriots out here, is we're trying to figure out what do they like, what don't they like what is hitting. Because right now we're going to the big election season.
Yeah. What polls well with voters?
How do you feel about banning no-fault divorce?
It's horrible, especially when you have children that have to go through that. That just emotionally takes them on a roller coaster. Yeah.
I'm a child of divorce.
So much of the violence and crime that we see from people my age these days come from single mother, single father homes.
One of the big things is we want to get rid of the Department of Education. Day one.
The federal government has no reason to be in education.
Right.
So right off the bat, he thinks no-fault divorce, that should be gone. Department of Education, gone. Of course, these are normal things.
Especially so with the school board I'm on, it's like we're going through the Title IX changes right now. I think luckily my district is going to be able to hang on to a lawsuit, and we're going to prevent that.
Title IX, Title 10. That's out. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, school choice, right? Like, why are we letting the state decide curriculum, letting private corporations, churches set those curriculums?
This guy. Wow. Holy shit. And it doesn't seem like they even have to try that hard to get these kinds of responses from people. I mean, there is just a litany of different people that they have ready to say just absolutely just wild. Oh, look at this guy. Look at this guy's shirt. Jesus Christ.
I mean, and I think there's a lot of disinformation about it. How do you feel about, getting rid of the Board of Education?
Before this guy gives his, what's going to be, I'm sure, a very normal person type of response here. Look at this fucking shirt this guy's got on. Unborn lives matter. For fuck's sake.
It is a satanic panic, you know?
So it's like, I mean, you know, like, and I think there's a lot of disinformation about it. Like, how do you feel about, you know, getting rid of the Board of Education?
Man, hell with the Board of Education. They have sexualized our children. They have groomed our children.
We're talking about energy dominance, energy independence. You know, Biden hasn't drilled enough. And so when Trump gets in office,
everything
we're
are the
gonna
same word.
get to drilling and start drilling more and, you know, privatize the forestry service and become energy independent.
Yeah. This
drill in the wetlands.
Mm-hmm. You know, that's part of making America.
That's part of making America great again. Drilling the wetlands. Yes. Yes, I do believe that's in there.
Great again.
Ending no-fault divorce.
Ending no-fault divorce.
Based.
Yeah.
Yes.
Based. There is such strong divorced dad vibes at this conference. It is intense.
I think you can.
For no reason?
You can go into arbitration.
You ever heard of the Heritage Foundation?
Yes, I just talked with them in there.
Yeah, so Heritage Foundation put forth Project 2025, and it's the plan for when Trump gets back in office. We weren't prepared in 2016. We didn't have things in place correctly to do what we really wanted to do. We need to use Schedule F to get Trump loyalists inside of all different levels of government. Nationwide ban on abortion, ban mifepristone, ban birth control. We need to get rid of Title IX, Title X.
I'm against abortion too, but how is that freedom if you put it nationwide? That's not much about freedom, is it? Libertarian is more like states' rights. If you're libertarian,
listen.
This guy is in the RNC, but he's a libertarian. Interesting. Okay.
I know
this
we
is
all
incredibly
say states'
nuanced.
rights. It's all states' rights until we're in control of, you know, the House, the Senate, and the White House.
now, then again, like the gender ideology stuff, I want that done everywhere because that's about
Everywhere. Federally. Well, federally.
On principle, he thinks that needs to be done everywhere, but not by the federal government, because that would be tyranny. Okay, very, very interesting take from this guy. It's just about states' rights, you see? You need to get the states' governments doing it, and then it's fine. It's no longer tyranny at that point. When it switches from federal to state, then suddenly tyranny it's gone. It's like it's magic. Oh, I think we should watch this. All right, they put this in the middle of all of this.
People are not getting married like they used to.
This is the Heritage
They're not
Foundation.
having kids like they used to, and it ultimately comes down to lack of hope and optimism. And that's a cultural question, but government had a big role to play as well. It didn't come from nowhere that even during the Jim Crow era, the black family was intact. Right? Even under grinding discrimination, the black family was intact.
Oh my God.
When the Great Society and the welfare programs that started punishing marriage came about, it devastated the black community, where 70% of kids born in black households don't know their fathers. And that has downstream effects.
She seems a little too excited, a little too intent on this whole situation. Like, oh my God, you're saying we can go back to Jim Crow? It'd be good for the black family? Is that what you're telling me?
On down the line, on education outcomes, on job prospects, crime rates, all sorts of social dysfunction happens when government moves in to attack the family with a welfare system that says fathers are optional, and in fact, you're going to be punished if you get married because you're going to be your benefits are going to be taken away.
How do you feel about the nuclear?
I do believe that is if you go to what's it called? Department of Health and Social Services, whatever they're called, and get welfare or food stamps. On the front of every building it says the father is optional. That's basically their charter It's in all the federal government documents, of course. The father optional.
Nuclear family, which first the Democrats did to the black community, the brown communities, and it's trickled into.
Oh, that's right, because they keep saying.
That's what the welfare state was about: destroy the black family,
they keep saying
get fathers out of the home.
During Jim Crow, because they keep saying
they had a higher marriage rate, and the kids were better off for that part of it. But that Jim Crow didn't say, no, you can't get married and we're stealing your kids from you.
Move better. We will get in a better direction. We can solve the economic.
I am so glad that that MAGA Joker made a second appearance. Guy is completely unhinged. It's in the fine print. Yeah, no, it's also in the fine print on all the documents too. Yup. Just ridiculous. Somehow the existence of the supposed welfare state, that's what has destroyed the black family. Thanks, Heritage Foundation, for your well thought through research and I can't keep going. I tried. They're just too dumb. Oh, let's see what this. Oh, back to this genius. Yes, let's see what he's doing. Oh, wait, no, first. Yeah. Let's go here. God, there's so many people. Just wild.
Slavery and freedom. Freedom is on the ballot.
Freedom and slavery. Thank you for that. Yeah, we got to save our country.
Freedom and
What's
slavery.
What's on the ballot this election cycle?
Our country's future. And for the children and the grandchildren of all of us out there. If you want to have America the way it has been, to push it forward, in contrast to where we're at right now, you have to come out and vote for President Trump.
Yeah, there's a lot of things on the ballot. Abortion is on the ballot. What else is on the ballot? Spending all this money on climate change. Biden spent. I don't think people understand it.
That's the weather.
Biden spent $560 billion fighting climate change just this year. Climate change is on the ballot. Joe Biden invested $559 billion in climate change.
Yeah, you think that changed the weather?
Yeah.
Has it ever been this perfect in Wisconsin at this time?
This
Trump's
fucking
obviously
guy.
put a stop to, spending hundreds of billions of dollars fighting climate change every year.
I'm for gutting.
Has it ever been more perfect? Yeah, actually.
The entire federal government.
Student loans, look at how much money he gave.
Student loans.
He forgave $160 billion.
Just ignore the Supreme Court, right? Oh, I'm democracy.
This guy. Just ignore the Supreme Court. What are you talking about? This guy is just fully unhinged.
I'm for the people, but you
Because the
ignore
thing is he didn't ignore the Supreme Court. What happened was is that Joe Biden attempted to fix the student debt situation by, I believe, executive order, and then the Supreme Court came in and said, no, that's not okay. That's not ignoring the Supreme Court. Or they said some part of it was supposedly not okay. Did he sidestep it? Did he sidestep that? Because I feel like that's not how it went. Maybe I've missed some piece of all of this.
Yeah, $560 billion invested in climate change.
Yeah, I'm not for paying off people's
the infrastructure bill, like billions for this infrastructure bill, and this Title IX, Title X.
Yeah, forget that. You got men competing with women now in their sports.
Just a couple of agencies, because we talked.
This guy is ready on every single talking point with the worst possible takes on everything. How is he so up to date on all the worst possible shit? This is kind of impressive, not gonna lie. Where are we at? We're an hour and a half in. I wonder, is Soul Life still awake? I feel like he went to bed. We were gonna celebrate his birthday, and now he's gone. Is it my fault or is it Soul Life's fault, chat? That's my question for you.
If he was alive today.
A guy didn't know how?
Probably.
Muhammad were alive today.
Muhammad were alive today. Well, actually, that's not true. Muhammad did dabble in light cross-dressing.
I'm afraid that Trump, once he gets into power, is going to take away funding for Israel.
Why would he do that?
I don't think he will.
He made Jerusalem the capital. He's the only president that ever did that. Why would he take the money away? Jerusalem was our only ally in the Middle East.
I think he'll divert the money from Ukraine to Israel.
Yeah. Right.
That's what I think he'll do.
Well, Israel's an actual ally. Ukraine is not.
I mean,
Okay.
like, Trump takes power.
The guy genuinely sounded excited about that. Ew.
I mean, what do you think is going to happen to Gaza in the first year?
Trump is going to give Israel carte blanche to go do what they got.
What do you think is going to happen to Gaza? He said that with such... God, such
So that they
certainty.
can survive.
Yeah, I think Netanyahu thinks so too. I mean, like, I don't think there'll be a Palestine.
There is no Palestine. I don't think we should.
There is no Palestine. Here we go. Oh my God, I didn't even see this man's shirt. Jesus Christ. That is fucked up. God hates Black Lives Matter. And what does this one say? Satan is the king of all the children of what? What is that? Pride? Oh my God, I knew it was going to be bad. Jesus Christ. These two. We need to shut down the t-shirt printing businesses. This is ridiculous.
I don't think enough people understand the rapture. There needs to be a war with Jews and Muslims.
That happens after the rapture. I believe in a pre-tribulation rapture.
That happens after the rapture. Oh my
that God is
God.
going to move the church before the tribulation starts.
Right. See, we're ambassadors of Christ.
So once Jesus comes back,
no, that's the second coming. So the rapture is we go up to meet Jesus and go up to heaven. The second coming is when Jesus comes back with all the saints to fight the beast.
Oh, okay. Wow. These two, quite the duo of just pure nonsensory. That's right, Vergonia. Bergonia. Hail Satan in chat on Twitch. Okay, yes. Alright, I feel like we get it. Like, these people not only love Project 2025, but they think it doesn't go far enough. Because it doesn't include the rapture. I don't think there's anything about the rapture in there. And we are starting to push on time here. Alright. So we've got a bunch more to do tonight. I mean, holy shit. We're still in the first third of the stream. We haven't even taken our first break. This is ridiculous. We have to keep moving, chat. We can't just focus on Project 2025. There's so many other things, as you can see on our list. Gonna skip these two. Do these tomorrow. Let's go to this one. Seattle council member pulls bill to delay expiring minimum wage tip credit.
Earlier this week, Councilmember Joy Hollingsworth said Seattle's restaurants are facing a financial cliff.
We're just trying to find a solution that could roll this out so small businesses that are literally the lifeline and blood of Seattle can be able to absorb this, continue to pay workers the minimum wage, and also still survive.
Next year, the city's minimum wage tip credit is set to expire after 10 years. Right now, smaller businesses can pay a slightly lower wage as long as they offer tip credits or pay employee benefits. The Hollingsworth plan would have extended the credit, but it proved to be a lightning rod, generating criticism from fellow council members and hourly wage workers. On Friday, Hollingsworth announced the legislation was pulled, writing in a statement, quote, "My initial proposal was never an end, but the beginning of a process. I look forward to the next few weeks to focus on working with stakeholders." The Seattle Restaurant Alliance.
So yeah, and I mean, the thing is remember, tips are like an antiquated system that started in the literal Gilded Age, where employers were like, I can't afford to pay you. You better go schmooze to that fat cat over there, see? That's been the thing that restaurants have been banking on for years and years and years. They don't have to. They're exempt from paying the minimum wage. They've been exempt for a long time from doing so because people get tips from the generous patrons of the restaurant. They've been trying to make it so that restaurants don't have to pay minimum wage still, but it appears that is going to go the way of the dinosaur. At least in Seattle. Not everywhere. Certainly not everywhere. Okay, now let's go on to this. This is from Reuters from 15 hours ago. Music labels. AI lawsuits create new U.S. copyright puzzle. Puzzle, you say?
There are these two startups called Suno and Udio that allow users to create music and lyrics through the entry of simple text prompts. It has spawned lawsuits from major record labels, Sony Music, UMG, Warner Music. They allege that these companies use their recordings to train the systems without permission, without licenses, without payment. They say you can hear sound-alikes from artists like ABBA and Bruce Springsteen, and that the companies reproduce specific parts of specific songs. These lawsuits are similar to cases that have already been brought against OpenAI, Microsoft, Meta over their high-profile chatbots like OpenAI's ChatGPT. Those lawsuits were filed by authors, news outlets, other writers of text, making similar allegations that their work's been used without permission. These cases are already interesting. There's already going to be a lot of complicated issues associated with them, but the added factor of music makes things a little more complicated.
One artist told Reuters she considers an AI-generated song as stealing.
Tift Merritt, acclaimed, accomplished Americana musician from North Carolina. She's been a longtime musician's rights advocate, and she's concerned about these systems basically stealing her music and using it to replace her. I experimented with these systems by asking them to reproduce an Americana song in the style of Tift Merritt. The results were very interesting. Didn't use any of her specific lyrics, any specific melodies, but what we got was pretty similar to the vibe of her music overall. It was pretty fascinating, and I can see why she would be concerned.
Yeah, I think it's probably concerning for a lot of people who make their living from the arts, their creativity. Okay, it is that time, it would appear. That's right, galactic intermission time. I hope you've all been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit that like button and don't forget to subscribe. Really helps out the stream. Still trying to get to 500 subs just so that YouTube can be monetized and we can have memberships here and galactic emotes, but for now, that is not possible. unless you hit that subscribe button. Alright, if you've done both those things and you'd still like to help contribute to the Galactic News Network and what I do, you can go ahead and click that link in chat for just a few dollars a month. On Patreon, you get access to all sorts of super sweet space benefits. Alright, well, grab yourselves a drink, perhaps a snack, and I will be right back. Okay, I am back. Let's get to the rest of the news here today. Got environmental and global to do, as well as maybe some space news. We have 50 likes now. Okay. 11 and 16. We'll add 2 more support characters to the screen. Let's get to the environmental news, though. Where do we start with this? Let's go to this from PBS NewsHour from 5 hours ago. How the mineral mining boom endangers indigenous communities worldwide.
And new information.
There we go.
From computers to car batteries, minerals extracted from the earth help power many of our devices. But what about the communities whose land is at the center of acquiring these minerals? Just this week, Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs halted plans to transport uranium through Navajo Nation after the tribe raised concerns about how it could affect the reservation. Ali Rogan reports on the fight between companies seeking minerals from these lands and the indigenous tribes fighting to preserve them.
For Wensler Nosey and fellow members of the San Carlos and other local Apache tribes, the Oak Flat Campground outside Phoenix is the site of sacred ceremonies and the resting place for many ancestors.
This is the home of our deities, where the deities live.
But it's also home to billions of pounds of copper, making it valuable to mining companies. Earlier this year, a federal court ruled in favor of developers looking to extract copper from deep underground.
They have to think this through, because there's not going to be copper here forever. And once it's all gone, then the whole South is contaminated forever.
Mineral mining has become a booming industry across the country and the world. As the demand for electric vehicles and the batteries that power them rises, so does the need to ramp up the supply of the minerals needed to make them. In recent years, demand for nickel, lithium, cobalt, and copper has grown exponentially. Between 2021 and 2023, the price for 1 ton of lithium in U.S. markets nearly tripled, reaching a high of $46,000 per ton last year.
Everything we see, touch, and feel in our modern life comes from minerals. And that's everything from the computers we're talking on to the chairs we're sitting in, even everything down to our smartphones comes from minerals.
Rick Tallman is a senior advisor to the Payne Institute for Public Policy at the Colorado School of Mines.
Critical minerals necessary for the energy transition, the ones that people talk about the most, that there's most focus on, are lithium and graphite, and the demand is soaring primarily because of electric vehicle demand.
Today's profits versus tomorrow's consequences. A very well put comment there. That is very much the case. Hold on, we're not going to watch this whole thing, but we're going to hit a couple spots in here. By the way, if you didn't notice, you got a Rod Serling of the Twilight Zone and a Gary for emotional support characters just now.
Indigenous communities, whose historic lands surround many of the reservoirs where these rare minerals are formed.
In many parts of the world, extractive companies are plowing ahead with mining projects without consulting with those communities.
Galina Angarova is the executive director of the Surge Coalition, an organization that advocates for indigenous peoples' environmental rights. She says mineral mining can risk endangering these communities.
It introduces pollution, surge of various diseases, respiratory issues, cardiovascular problems, cancer, more. It also leaves behind profound social impacts, including drug use, alcoholism, missing and murdered Indigenous women.
In fact, one study found a connection between the 2006 oil boom in the Bakken region of Montana and North Dakota and attacks against Native Americans there. The rate of violent victimization, which includes rape, assault, and robbery, increased 23% among Native people in the 6 years after the boom started.
Yeah, that also seems bad. Not just destroying the environment in which Indigenous people live in, but then also increasing violence against them at the same time. Just horrifying. This is the last spot.
What Boric proposes is irresponsible because he isn't asking the indigenous people. And this tone from the Chilean state to the indigenous people is constant. It's not happening only now.
Kripa, who represents tribes in the Lithium Triangle, says mining companies employ tactics to bypass land use laws and access the white gold below. Companies are required to perform tests to determine potential environmental harm, but Kripa says the reports are rarely translated into the tribe's native languages.
They are not able to realize what is going on. They are not informed. They have no means to access the information. And as a result, this permit is granted to the company.
Some indigenous communities are fighting back. Last summer, hundreds of tribal members took to the streets in Buenos Aires, Argentina, to protest mining in their territories.
It is looting, it is plundering, and irreversible damage to the Mother Earth.
While some argue mineral mining...
Okay. That feels like a good place to stop. That's right. They are plundering Mother Earth and, not considering the consequences for the rest of us. Alright, we are going to move on to this. This isn't a current wildfire, which we talk about too often here. Speaking of wildfires, actually that's why I was slow to get to the stream today, because I did an entire... I took all of the wildfires from June and put them into a single video. I thought it was going to be slightly shorter than what it wound up being. And so it took a little longer to export than I would have liked. And July was even worse. That will be available to our patrons before anybody else. It wasn't 24 hours. No, it wasn't quite that long. No, but July might be. Let's go here now to talk about a previous wildfire which caused a great deal of pain, of destruction, including controversies that were just like wild conspiracy theories involving space lasers and all sorts of other things. But yeah, let's go talking about the Maui wildfire, which happened, I believe, 2 years ago now. An apparent settlement has been reached there. But before we talk about that settlement, let's look at this video from the Associated Press from 19 hours ago. A year after the Maui wildfire, chronic housing shortage complicates recovery. It was only a year. I could have sworn it was closer to 2. Wow. So much has happened.
After 9 months of living in this hotel room, Leola Vieira, her daughter, and cat are finally moving to a rental home.
We found a house that we can move to, and it feels like home.
Vieira lost her house and businesses in Lahaina when the town was engulfed by what became the deadliest wildfire in the U.S. in over a century. The fire killed at least 102 people and left swaths of Lahaina in charred ruins. A few months after the fire, Mike, her husband of 57 years, died from cancer.
I have been so depressed ever since my husband passed. I think with this new home, I think I will be able to accept more things now, because it seems like I'm on the right track.
In the years since the wildfire, crews have cleaned up much of the debris, but it will take years to rebuild the properties.
When you look at these sorts of aerial photos of this, it is unbelievable just how much is gone. It is shocking. It is shocking. Hold on. You know, I don't even think they show one. But, hold on. There's got to be a good photo of it. All of them are of the wildfire, though. Maybe I should just search Lahaina. Maybe that'll get me. Oh, okay. This is probably good. In fact, you can see this. Perfect. No, it's perfect. Okay. Yeah. All right, look at this. This is just look at this next to the photo here. You can see right here. This is this building that's still standing right here. Right? Hold on. See what I'm talking about? This building right here? The same building, right? This is what was before. And now that's what it's after. Jesus Christ. Everything's gone. Not just the vegetation and the houses are gone. Seemingly all the businesses are gone. Everything. Including a bunch of stuff that's indigenous to the island that was also burned down. Historical things. And
Crews have cleaned up much of the debris, but it will take years to rebuild the properties that stood here, many for generations. Until then, survivors need temporary housing, and there is still not enough of it. The loss of housing has led to displaced hotel workers having long commutes and has contributed to a spike in rent across the island. Aid officials say about 1,500 families that survived the fire have left Maui.
And when you start to see mass exodus of the people, you start to change the fabric of Hawaii, and that's what's at stake, is the...
Yeah, absolutely. When people don't have anywhere to live, right, then suddenly they have to leave. They can't just camp in tents, can't live their lives from a dirt patch on the ground, and... you know, suddenly they don't just lose their historical buildings, but, you know, they lose the indigenous people.
Of who Hawaii is an identity, as a people, as a place.
Building housing is going to be critical in the second year. We're building transitional housing. We're changing the laws with short-term rentals and hoping to bring as many as 7,000 short-term rentals back to the market for local families on Maui.
Just above Lahaina, construction crews are building a new neighborhood that will have 450.
Short-term rentals shouldn't be the solution here. I think we all know that. Short-term rentals, you might as well just said Airbnbs. Hopefully we'll have a bunch of Airbnbs ready for people soon.
Modular homes, which are designed to house families for up to 5 years.
A lot of folks said they want to come back to West Maui, they want to be in West Maui, and we took that seriously.
The nonprofit Council for Native Hawaiian Advancement has been a key player in finding housing solutions. After providing emergency help, the council is now building pre-manufactured homes, leasing apartments for impacted families, and paying people to house displaced survivors.
It's all.
Some of that sounds good. What have they been doing in the interim? Well, we saw that the first woman that we looked at was living in a fucking hotel. I don't know what everybody's been doing. I certainly don't know, but you would assume there's a bunch of people that are having to blow through their life savings just to survive, living in hotels for however much that is. I mean, Jesus Christ, how much is a hotel room a night right now? It's a lot, I think. It's like hundreds of dollars a night, I feel like. That might be overdoing it, but I actually don't think I am. Now let's look at this real quick as well. Did we do both of these today at the same time? CBS Evening News. Maui wildfire victims reach $4 billion settlement.
Next week marks 1 year since the deadly and devastating Maui wildfires. The fire killed 102 people, displaced thousands, and destroyed much of the historic town of Lahaina. Late Friday, Hawaii's largest utility agreed to pay the biggest share of a legal settlement totaling just over $4 billion. The deal also compensates more than 10,000 homeowners, businesses, and other plaintiffs. The settlement still needs court approval, but Hawaii's governor says it will help the state heal.
Whoa, hey, whoa, slow down.
So we're at the...
None of you saw that. None of you saw that. Forget everything you just saw. Yeah, great point. I mean, hotel on the island for a year, it would, yeah, I imagine that's quite expensive. Oh boy. All claims deserve a base of skepticism. They do. They get them from me. Sometimes maybe I don't project that well enough. But yeah, will it in fact help all people equally? It doesn't sound like it. But it will at least begin to fix part of it. I'm afraid it might be all that people get. But hopefully it allows them to rebuild in Lahaina, if that is what they want. It's just such a tragic fucking story. Alright, let's go to a non-tragic, but very serious story. In light of the fact that the Olympics have been going on, we've been talking about them all week, ad nauseum. And I figured we'd talk about another very serious competition, and we will maybe be watching more of this later, but let's go to this. This is live from the World Dog Surfing Championship.
So we're at the World Dog Surf Championship 2024, and there's so many people. This is like the best dog surf competition I've ever judged and seen in my lifetime.
What a wave! What a ride!
I'm kind of judging dog surfing, basically like regular surfing. I'm judging it on the waves they do, if they're staying on the board long enough.
Ooh, that's a good wave. That's a good. Oh wow! Look at the form. Look at the form. Oh my god.
Love being in the water. You know, you got some of the dogs
chilling.
that even have their chew toys attached to the end of their boards, and they'll like drag the board in the water, want to be out there. It's just a lot of fun for them, and I think it's also a lot of the balancing. You know, you can see them like kind of feeling the wave.
What a champion!
I mean, everybody loves dogs.
I bet his name actually is
Everybody
Champion.
should love dogs, and I think here it's just dogs doing something. That's kind
That dog is so hilarious. We gotta wait. No, stop. I'm sorry. I know what you're saying is very important, but we have to watch this in group.
Everybody loves dogs. Well, at least
That's
everybody
true.
should love dogs.
That is true.
And I think here it's just
Oh
dogs
my
doing
God.
something that's kind of quite different in a way. But also people love the ocean. And I think when you put the two together, it's just really, really cool.
So first of all, it's all about safety. You know, then once you get them used.
It's all about safety, sure. But you know what else it's about? It's about this goddamn life vest that you have on this dog with the little shark fin on it. That's what it's about for me right now.
In the pool, I believe it was our journey in the pool, and then transition to the ocean, lake, towed behind the boat. So that's kind of that was our journey. As you know, French bulldogs don't surf or swim. They usually kind of sink. This one's an overachiever. I got myself an overachiever.
Oh, who's a good boy? Okay, I just thought we would get that very, very serious bit of sports. I think that the black lab one, actually, no, the terrier. No, you know, I'm split. We'll have to watch more footage for me to actually make a clear judgment on who won. We'll get back to you on that. Okay, let's talk about this. Here's Vox from 9 months ago. Cow burps are a climate problem. Can seaweed help? Let's find out. Let us find out, please.
There are about 1.5 billion cows on this planet.
That's a lot.
That's one cow for every 5 people on Earth. We keep them for dairy and meat, and they're a climate problem that we've struggled to solve. Every year, each one of those cows is estimated to release up to 220 pounds of methane, mostly when they burp. That's about 4% of all greenhouse gas emissions that are warming our planet from burping cows. You've probably heard a few solutions to this, like trying to convince people to lower their beef intake or switch to meat alternatives. But instead of trying to convince billions of humans to change their diets, some researchers are focusing on the diet of the cows. And a promising solution might come in the form of seaweed. This video is presented by Delta Airlines.
Great, thanks Delta.
One of the reasons cows produce so much methane is because their specialized digestive tract. It allows them to digest tough plant material like grass, hay, and other vegetation. Their stomach consists of 4 compartments. The largest one, the rumen, acts sort of as a storage unit where food can sit and ferment. Microbes in this area break down the food using a process called enteric fermentation.
Ooh,
this
fancy.
process provides the animal with the nutrients and energy it needs, but it also produces methane as waste. And the cow burps it out, which makes the Earth a little bit hotter.
It's science.
Here's the thing though, methane is literally waste, and changing the diet of the cow can change how much of it is produced. Foods like grass or hay stay in the rumen longer and produce more of it, whereas carbohydrate-rich foods like corn produce less methane. But the goal here isn't to completely change the diet of all of these cows that we're feeding. We can just tweak it a little.
We've been doing a lot of work on feed additives to try to reduce enteric methane emissions.
Ermias Kabrab is the Associate Dean at UC Davis in the College of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences. In 2018, he led a study that tested how cows reacted to a certain additive: seaweed. Specifically, red seaweed, which grows naturally in tropical and subtropical ocean regions. Back in 2016, researchers in Australia had found that sprinkling the seaweed on cow feed could potentially reduce methane emissions by over 95%. And in 2021, Kabrab and his team were able to replicate the study in live animals in California.
That completely blew my mind when I saw how effective it was.
The final results found that the seaweed could reduce methane emissions by 82%.
At first, I couldn't believe it because I've never seen anything like that before.
Now, there's been other studies done. It's not clear exactly how effective it is. It does appear to be definitely effective, to some degree. Oh God, what just happened? Now, appears, There was a mod crossing just now. Alright, but yeah, the thing is it's not entirely clear exactly how much. Now that one study showed 84%, another study showed, I think, 45%. But it is something that can be done to reduce the amount of emissions that come from cattle. Now, you know, it's definitely not 100%, but it's also hard to make 100% be an actual thing, right? So, you know, I think it's important for us to at least look at these potential solutions, even if they don't necessarily eliminate the problems and only deal with some part of the problem. Because I am of the belief that we can do some things in a cumulative fashion to at least reduce some of our emissions in one place and another. You know, will eventually add up to actual quantitative change that we need, right? So, you know, just figured we'd watch that. I think we've talked about it before on the stream, probably at least a couple of times. Is Nightbot staging a coup? I don't know. Is Nightbot staging a coup? I don't even see Nightbot in chat right now. Shockingly, usually there's a plethora of Nightbot chats. Okay, while we're talking about farming, I figured we'd also look at this, as apparently there is something of a demographic problem in America's farming population. Let's go to CBS Evening News from 2 days ago.
America Tonight examines one of the greatest challenges facing the American family farm, aging. The average age of a farmer is now 58, with a third over 65. CBS's Meg Oliver looks at an innovative program to cultivate the next generation of American farmers.
On an acre of land in Cream Ridge, New Jersey, Christina Couch is a one-woman force.
What are you growing here?
These are sugar snap peas.
And how tall will they get?
About 6+ feet.
Months of prepping, planting, and nurturing 7 days a week have turned her brown field into tidy rows of lush vegetables and herbs.
The last time you were here, they were all the way down to the ground. Now they're up to our shoulders.
Couch, a former cook, is now a newly minted farmer.
We're growing a lot of specialty varieties, so when you go to a restaurant, you see a fancy, colorful beet or a beautiful garnish or a delicate herb.
At 26 years old, she's more than 3 decades younger than the average farmer in the U.S.
Nearly half of the nation's farms are owned by farmers 65 or older,
God
making
damn.
them the oldest workforce in the country. Why is it so hard to break into farming?
Well, many people are not raised on a farm or don't.
Professor and third-generation.
I love how he starts with people aren't born on farms. There's also another thing, you know, the cost of land. Being able to buy that land, you know.
Bill Lubick is Couch's mentor and actively recruiting the next generation at the Beginner Farmer Training Program at Rutgers University in New Jersey.
We absolutely have to have a next generation of farmers to produce food for us.
The 3-phase program begins with online classes covering farming basics, followed by hands-on training.
Although now that I think about it, though, I'm like listening to this, but then also thinking about what I just said. But like now that I'm thinking about it, I mean, he's kind of right? I'll bet he grew up on a farm, probably the farm that he's running right now. You know, it's very convenient when you're born into having a farm already and then farming it. You know, but for young people, you know, what are you supposed to do if you're not born into farming? You're supposed to go out there and just take that money you don't have, buying all that supposed avocado toast, but really just barely being able to pay the rent and eat food. And then what? Magically buy a farm for nothing? By the way, seeds aren't free. I don't know if you know that.
Students develop a farm business plan and put it into action. They can rent land from the program with access to equipment and agricultural experts.
The radiation from the sun will break that down. And we are attracting a very diverse group of people into our program. 60% are women, almost that many percentage are minorities.
And you just pluck it right off.
Novices like Couch, many without a farm background, are seeking customers in a non-traditional route.
What does your generation bring to farming?
We're just going about farming a bit differently, a little bit against the grain, and leveraging things like social media, like fundraising. Just let the ground get nice and moist, and just building community.
I love that she's leveraging social media for farming. Amazing. Really bringing farming to this generation, huh? Okay. I mean, this, I think the reason we're watching this right now is because, at least in my mind, this is actually important for us to consider, right? The United States is a massive producer of food, and that the workforce for the farms, and specifically the farm owners, are all old as fuck. Average age of 65, which means, yeah, some people are on both sides of that line. And, you know, it's definitely something future-wise we need to consider. What's going to happen with all of this? You do have people like Kowalski. Some people, it seems, in, like, I think I saw a Kowalski reference in here. Maybe he'll help us bring farming to the new millennia. Okay. All right, we can't not talk about this at all. So let's go here. This is from CBS Evening News from 3 hours ago. Crews battle large wildfires across the western United States. Oh shit, we've been talking about it every day.
It is a tough weekend for firefighters across the West. There are 94 large wildfires burning, 28 of those with active evacuation orders. One of the biggest is in California. CBS's Elise Preston is in Los Angeles with more on the fire threat. Elise?
Good evening to you, Adriana. Blistering triple-digit temperatures are baking and burning the West, with at least 94 major wildfires raging out of control.
An explosive and exhausting start to the 2024 fire season with no relief in sight for the nearly 30,000 firefighters battling massive wildfires across the country. In Northern California, the massive park fire near Chico has grown to more than 400,000 acres to become the fourth largest wildfire in the state's history, burning now for over a week. In Colorado, crews are making aerial and ground attacks on multiple wildfires, including the Quarry Fire south of Denver, which may have been deliberately set.
It's almost surreal.
115 active fires in Oregon have burned more than 2,000 square miles. So far this year, flames have scorched more than 4.5 million acres nationwide. That's about 7,000 square miles. Where there is fire, there is smoke. The wildfires are creating unhealthy air, blanketing 8 states and traveling as far east as the Dakotas. At this accelerated pace, experts worry the high number of wildfires could eventually strain critical resources, including crews and equipment.
I mean, we've already been talking about, to some degree, just how strained those resources already are. And fire season still has 2 more months to go, August and September. And it's not just the United States. I mean, Canada's very strained across multiple provinces.
for work. And that's why we had 4 firefighters yesterday go down with heat exhaustion.
Now, the heat wave is drying out plants like these, creating fuel for flames and increasing fire risk. Experts fear August could be a devastating month for wildfires. Adrian.
Yeah. What we've been saying here too. But we're not experts. Just a guy in a space station. Let's go here. We're gonna skip this one. Go straight here. NBC News from 23 hours ago. Forest Service and environmentalists fight over how to save sequoias from wildfire.
There's no good way to describe the overwhelming awe of California's General Sherman. At 3 blue whales tall, 400 elephants heavy, 2 car lengths wide, this giant among giant sequoias is the largest known tree in the world. But as we learned, even one of the biggest, baddest things nature can produce are far from invincible, especially now. We were there, inside Sequoia National Park, when a team of scientists scaled it for the first time because, well, they're worried. New sequoia threats like tiny invasive beetles are compounding climate change, producing larger droughts and bigger fires.
We now know in the era of climate change that we have fires of great intensity, and they have started to take its toll on the population.
In 2020, the Castle Fire killed about 14% of all giant sequoias. The next year, in the next fire, we lost another 5%.
We thought, wow, this could be a problem.
Sequoia expert Christy Brigham is leading the effort along with the National Park Service to protect the trees.
We had 27 groves that burned in those fires. The death of the big trees in those areas was 90% or higher. So that's not good. That's not in their evolutionary history.
The agency is now part of a larger organization, including the state, the Forest Service, and local indigenous tribes called the Giant Sequoia Lands Coalition. And they've been busy.
What you're looking at, these are actually giant sequoias. They are, of course, the seedling version. Park officials here say they planted about 60,000
Those don't look very giant.
of them in places where they're needed most, which is important. There's only 80 groves across the entire world.
Well, we've got another 3.5 feet to go.
But an opposing group of scientists says, well, to put it bluntly, they're barking up the wrong tree.
This was not a catastrophe. This was not the doom of the sequoia groves. It's actually, the hope for the future of these groves.
Chad Hansen is leading the charge against what the Sequoia Lands Coalition is doing. But to understand why, you have to understand how California's wildfire fighting strategy is changing. California has a history of trying to suppress every fire. Just ask Smokey the Bear.
Only you can prevent forest fires.
But in the last few years, as wildfires got more and more out of control, the state has moved toward fighting fire with fire. At least a little bit. The idea is that controlled burns, now sometimes called prescribed burns, will help cut down on fuel for when a major fire strikes. That's not controversial, but just how much human intervention is needed is.
The way we've been doing things, suppressing fires, keeping fires out of the groves, that's actually killing the sequoia groves.
Hansen points out that the sequoia's bark serves as armor, able to withstand heat that would destroy other species. And the flames are a big part of how they naturally sprout, the fire opening up thousands of tiny cones that fall from the trees, releasing seeds that eventually take root. And he's concerned about 2 major forest management techniques being used, thinning the forest by cutting down smaller trees and removing dead debris.
We're removing some of the very best wildlife habitat in the forest, because it turns out that a standing dead tree, what we call a snag, is actually more important for more wildlife species than a standing live tree of the same size.
Yeah, because of things like nesting birds and other wildlife species. That makes perfect sense. Okay, let's go on. Just figured there was an interesting conversation about all of this and how we might save the sequoia forests in in California there. And technically all sequoia forests, because they talked about some of the other ones and what they're doing to save those as well. So it wasn't just for California. All right, let's go to this. We talked about this potentially being a thing, I think, just yesterday. Or maybe the day before? Can't be sure. All these days just sort of blend together. But, that tiny, weather pattern that we saw in the Atlantic heading in the direction of Florida has now turned into a tropical storm. It's been named Debbie. And, looks like it is going to turn into a hurricane. Like we were saying before. Let's go here. It's from 5 hours ago out of ABC.
Tuesday afternoon, and guess what? Speaking of storms, we have a tropical storm now developing over the southeastern Gulf of Mexico, Tropical Storm Debbie. This can make landfall near the Big Bend area, near Apalachee Bay, Florida.
Hold on. Oh, now you want to switch? Okay, thanks.
Tuesday afternoon, and guess what? Speaking of storms, we have a tropical storm now developing over the southeastern Gulf of Mexico, Tropical Storm Debbie. This can make landfall near the Big Bend area, near Apalachee Bay, Florida, Monday afternoon, potentially as a hurricane, and then just meander over the southeast, and some of the moisture from that may interact with the front around here later on in the week, cause some tropical downpours by around Friday. So,
okay. So yeah, that appears to be what we were thinking might happen, although it seems to be coming around on the other side, hitting the other side of the coast potentially, although you never know. These models aren't perfect. Let's see how some people are preparing for all of this in Florida.
Let's continue our team coverage in Fort Lauderdale. That's where CBS News Miami's Nakaya Carrero is right now, and Nakaya, the city is making sure that people living there are prepared.
That's right, Ted. And the way they're doing that, they have 2 sandbag distribution locations set up, self-service. So you come with your bags and shovel, walk over to the pile and fill them. And let me tell you, residents are taking full advantage of this opportunity. The city of Fort Lauderdale has sand at both Mills Pond Park and Floyd Hall Park. While both locations have staff every Saturday to help people from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m., residents can come anytime from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. daily to do it themselves. Many say they aren't taking any chances with potential flooding again.
We are filling up sandbags to help protect our house. It flooded about a year and a half ago with all the flooding over here, and we're just trying to protect it again.
You know, you can't drive through that water, and you don't want the water coming into your house. So that's mostly why we came to get the sandbags, to make sure we can reinsure the back door. The front door is a little high, but you never know when the water's going to come or where it's going to go.
Now, there is a limit of 5 bags per vehicle that shows up to grab some sand, and the city says...
Damn, 5 bags per vehicle? That is not a lot.
Feeling the storm. CBS News Miami's Anna McAllister picks up our team coverage now from Virginia Key. And Anna, how's it looking where you are?
Well, Ted, we've been experiencing some wind, some spotty showers throughout Miami-Dade throughout the day. But right here in Virginia Key, it's been rather calm and rather dry. But however, just south of us, there have been gusty to severe storms that we're keeping an eye on. And because of the storm tomorrow in Miami Beach, there is going to be a free sandbag giveaway. This is happening at 2 locations from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m.
That's even less. 4 per household. Geez, they are really skimping with the bags. Even have to show proof of residency for a bag? What? What else are people going to be doing with these bags? Wow. Let's hope that the 4-bag limit is enough. What else do we have to look at here? Okay, let's look at this. While we're already in Florida, a study examines how sharks are being impacted by a changing ecosystem. Let's see.
We take you now to the waters off South Florida, where some teen girls are taking a bite out of science by studying sharks. Here's CBS's Elaine Quijano.
Watch your head, watch your step.
On Biscayne Bay, these middle and high schoolers are about to come face to face with some of the ocean's top predators. Genesis Jackson has never seen a shark up close.
Sharks are my favorite.
Why?
They are amazing. They're beautiful. They're powerful.
Are you guys excited? Yes. Let's go.
Students are joining University of Miami researchers as they catch, tag, and release sharks.
It feels very extraordinary to be able to be that close to these beautiful animals.
So we know what we're doing? Yeah. Catherine McDonald heads up the program called FINS, Females in Natural Sciences. She's studying how sharks live and reproduce in their ever-changing ocean home. Pollution and warming waters are altering where sharks migrate, feed, and give birth, affecting ecosystems.
So tagging is an opportunity to better understand how sharks use habitat use. And today we're using marker capture tags, which will tell us if we ever see that shark again.
Bait thrown from the back of the boat lures sharks in. The team quickly takes measurements and tags the dorsal fin.
There it is. 1, 2, 3.
McDonald has a suspicion about this shark and performs an ultrasound. It reveals this blacktip is carrying 3 shark pups.
She is confirmed pregnant, guys. She's carrying some pups.
It was amazing.
She is very excited about this. I'm glad for her. Alright, now to talk about a different kind of aquatic creature, let's go across the pond to London, where a dolphin was spotted in the River Thames. Spoiler alert, that's not good.
So we have a common dolphin. It looks like an adult common dolphin. It's on its own, which is extremely rare, and it looks very disoriented and pretty lethargic. So it's potentially swam up the river, maybe gotten lost, and doesn't have the energy to swim back where it needs to go. It's really exciting to see dolphins. They're absolutely beautiful mammals. Obviously, we love them very much, but when we see them in the Thames, it is a red flag. Porpoises are fine, seals are fine, but dolphins, when they come this far up the river, is a warning sign. So if you do see a dolphin in London, it's really important to call us, to call the British divers, so we can come out and monitor the mammal and see if there's anything further that we can do to help it. We have seen so far this year 5 pods of dolphins coming up beyond the estuary into the Thames. 3 of those have come into London. All 3 of those have not survived, unfortunately.
Yeah, it is unfortunate. And hopefully this dolphin decides to beat the curve and get out of the river and into the ocean where it should be. Unfortunately, due to climate change and human activity, I feel like we see too many of these sorts of things where wildlife winds up being in these sorts of situations. Now, let's go on to this. This was very odd. Very, very odd. This is just south of England in Spain, where apparently a supercell tornado was spotted in the east of the country.
A rare type of tornado has been spotted in the eastern Spanish municipality of El Toro. Local weather page Meteo Storm said it believes the tornado was a supercell, which is one characterized by a rotating updraft. It emerged during the extreme weather that followed a recent heatwave in Valencia, accompanied by torrential rain, hail and strong winds.
So yeah, totally normal stuff. Dolphins in the Thames. Tornadoes in Spain. Yeesh. Okay, is it a Sharknado? I don't think so, but I can't say for sure. Actually a fantastic series. Alright, let's go to this. This is global news from 10 hours ago. This is something we talked about recently. There's been multiple landslides in India. This one is in the Himalayas. Apparently dozens of people are currently missing. A cloudburst in northern India's Himachal Pradesh state resulted in a catastrophic landslide and flooding, leading to a devastating aftermath. Dozens remain missing as emergency workers conduct search operations in the region.
अभी 49 के करीब मिसिंग है पर और भी कुछ सूचनाएं आई है लेकिन भगवान का शुक्र है कि
Thankfully, there were no more cloudbursts since last night. The weather has cleared up a bit today. We are carrying out search and rescue. Damn. You don't notice just how big the rocks are until you see a couple of dudes standing on them, and they're, you know, just holy shit. A huge incident occurred in which many of our relatives died. So we are going back to their homes for their funeral. At around 12 a.m. there was a commotion of some sort, and in a matter of seconds everything was finished. That is scary. In a matter of seconds, everything was finished. For it to have done what it did, and for it to only take a matter of seconds, if that timing is right, although it could just be adrenaline talking. But for fuck's sake. We've seen a lot of these sorts of landslides with the sort of unexpectedly high rains that have been happening all around the world, but most of the worst ones have been in Asia. Oh, I guess it's that time again. Well, I hope you are all enjoying the show. If you haven't already, hit that like button and don't forget to subscribe. If you're not subscribed, how will you know when the Galactic News is going? Gotta be subscribed to know. Otherwise you'll miss some sort of important galactic piece of information. Anyways, if you've done both of those things, and you still want to help contribute to making this stream a thing that happens in this galaxy, well, here's an idea. You can be a galactic patron on Patreon. For just a few dollars a month, you gain access to all sorts of space benefits. Stuff like being able to hang out here at the Galactic Pool with me, could also get shout-outs every stream at the end of every stream. Secret Discord channel, and access to unseen galactic content. By the way, if you're not in the Discord, join that here at this link. And don't forget to accept the rules, otherwise you will not be able to gain access to the entire Discord channel. That is an important piece of information. Write that down. Alright, chat, I will be right back, so enjoy this galactic intermission.
He looks good, and he looks hard. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him. What'd you drop out? I made a huge, tiny mistake.
all enjoyed that galactic intermission. But it's time for that to end and for the final half of this show to begin. And what do we got to talk about here today? All sorts of stuff here in the global half of the show. The UK to Gaza and everything in between. Wait, there was a comment that I was going to respond to. I can't remember where. Oh. Is that official? The Project 2025 now includes a ban on all ice creams aside from peach. That is oppressive.
Oh, never occurred to me. Interesting. Just crazy enough to work. Yeah.
Okay, let's start the global news off with our obligatory space news. This is from Global News from 7 hours ago. Chinese scientists make breakthrough in decoding supernova explosion.
China.
Oh shit. The sound is off. God dang it. Unacceptable. How did that happen? Who did that? Oh, and now the stream software's really, guys. What is this? I'm being shadow banned. This is unacceptable. There we go. The Yunnan Observatories under the Chinese Academy of Sciences has captured a very special moment. They were able to see the explosion shockwave of supernova SN 2024 GGI as it broke through the surrounding something. Wait, that was a lot to write. Surrounding dense circumstellar material. This research gives clues for unraveling the mysteries of late-stage stellar evolution and death. This is an image we took of the supernova. It's in a galaxy, and it looks like a star. Through this series of spectrum, we can reconstruct how the material outside the supernova was distributed. So we can figure out what a massive star like this is going to look like in its final evolution stages. Elements heavier than iron can only be produced by supernova explosions, so gold and silver are produced by a supernova. They are blasted out into the universe here and there, and then later condensed back together. Dun dun dun. So yeah, those pictures are pretty fucking sweet. And pretty incredible discovery, not gonna lie. Alright, let's go on to this now. Gonna quickly talk about I'm gonna really talk about it. Let's look at this. This is a video from Associated Press from a day ago, where Venezuela's opposition headquarters were ransacked, apparently. They entered the headquarters of our political organization, and in addition to vandalizing, they stole important and substantial personal property, such as televisions and computer equipment. Okay. So yeah, supposedly the opposition's headquarters in Venezuela was vandalized and burglarized. You'd think they'd have, I don't know, CCTV footage of that, considering it's 2024. But hey, whatever. Also, though, you'd think that, I almost called him Evo Morales. God damn it. Maduro, you'd think that Maduro's government would release, some vote tallies, which they have not yet done. Okay, enough of Venezuela. We're still waiting on people to produce evidence of things. This goddamn election. Okay, most of you have probably seen our coverage of this, but there's been a bunch of claims on both sides. And at this point, we just need some clarity. Let's go here to the UK. As things have really sort of escalated over there, and I believe there is more riots happening in the streets right now in the UK, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong on that, but that was my understanding of it, at least. And if you're unfamiliar with what I'm talking about, the UK, specifically in, what's it called? Why can't I think of it? God dang, UK and your different city names. There's been a number of places, but in one particular place, I believe it's called Sunderland. My brain is broken. Either way, the actual place is maybe not the most important part of it, but because I can't remember it, that's specifically why. But what's actually important about it is the fact that these riots were started by misinformation on social media, ginned up by right-wingers such as, what's his name, Tommy Robinson, basically neo-Nazis, people who are very anti-Muslim. They claimed that a Muslim immigrant had committed this crime, and because of that, a number of right-wing groypers all got together and started attacking people on the street, as well as mosque, maybe even a couple of mosques. I think one in particular that was nearby where this event had taken place. Alright, let's go here. Guardian News. Oh, by the way, people have, since all this started, people who were, you know, generally upset by seeing a bunch of right-wing psychos unjustifiably attack mosques over just manufactured outrage and general racism and stuff like that, decided to come out and counter protests. So now, over at least the last 24 hours, there's been protesters as well as counter protesters. Let's look at some of this.
Every generation of our class has to fight the battles again and again and again. We fought them in the 30s, we fought them in the 50s, we fought them in the 70s in Britain. We will not allow the right wing to dominate our working class communities, and we will come together.
So yeah, there was multiple protests that took place, actually, and I think that's why I'm getting them confused. Because that one says Leeds. Another place, it said Sunderland. Okay, I'm not gonna lie though, the left wing looked like they were having a lot more fun. That looks like they had a grill or something, and music. Seems much more friendly and fun. Let's go to this. As after things got turned up, police threatened rioters with the full force of law. Whoopsies. Damn, that fucking, this dude with the camera sucks. How'd you not get what the sign said? I wanted to see what the goddamn sign said. The 4 police officers were injured after clashes with protesters. About 500 counter-protesters also rallied in the city against the far right. Nans against Nazis. Hilarious. I believe Nans is the British way of saying grandmas. Police said 10 people were arrested during violent disorders in Sunderland.
Completely unacceptable behaviour, and they will get the full force of the law. 10 people already arrested. We have officers out now actively making further arrest attempts from those identified, and that will continue into the coming days as well.
I gotta say, Nans Against Nazis is an organization I can get on board with, for sure. Okay. Let's go to Channel 4 News here to see if they can parse some of this out for
police
us.
Cars and buildings on fire. Ugly scenes in Sunderland last night. But what will this evening bring? Good evening. There is an increased police presence in a number of towns and cities across the country tonight, where far-right protesters have been gathering. In some places, dispersal notices or increased stop and search powers are in place to tackle antisocial behaviour, while a number of police officers have been injured in Liverpool and Hull, and there have been incidents this afternoon in Manchester, Stoke, Nottingham and Belfast. Riot police have separated rival far-right and anti-racist protesters who are facing off in a number of cities across the UK. In the last few minutes, police said they had made 4 arrests in Hull, where 3 officers were hurt during clashes. Our reporter Andrew Misra is in Liverpool, where police say they're dealing with serious disorder in the city centre, and a number of officers have been injured there too. Andrew.
Kieran, we haven't seen the same level of violence that we saw in Sunderland last night here in Liverpool this afternoon, but there has been serious disorder, as you say. One police officer was even hit in the head by a chair, and a lot of anger we've seen here from rival groups of protesters. There's been a big police presence working really hard to try to contain those 2 groups.
Contain both of them. It seems like there's one side that needs more containing than the other. Perhaps I'm misreading the situation. Hold on. Let's go here.
week from Liverpool to Hull to Belfast.
Sometimes all they need is just a hug.
The afternoon started peacefully in Liverpool with an anti-racism protest at St George's Hall. Many in Merseyside horrified by riots that disrupted the grieving of 3 young girls, Alice, Bibi and Elsie, murdered in Southport just a few days ago.
It's a peace vigil for the 3 dead children, the injured, the families. We will not tolerate racism, not in this city, not in this country, not in this world.
I have no doubt whatsoever.
Someone in chat thinks we should arrest Farage. I agree. You can put him in Galactic Space Jail.
That the lovers out there far outnumber the haters, and that's what it's about. People coming together. We tend to find that people who are on the fringes of society, they're angry, they're very, very loud online when you go to these protests and rallies, but in reality the vast majority of people just want to live a peaceful life.
After opposing protesters gathered outside a Liverpool mosque last night, a similar situation on a larger scale at the Pierhead this afternoon. There are hundreds of protesters here either side of a long line of police. On the far side we've heard Islamophobic chants and shouts in favour of Tommy Robinson. On this side, chants against fascism and in favour of refugees. This was mostly non-violent, unlike Sunderland last night, where people were out to cause trouble. Faces hidden, intent clear. Bricks thrown at riot police outside a mosque, cars and buildings burned. Officers attacked, scenes worryingly familiar from recent nights.
If this is the response that they have to a really horrendous, violent murder of 3 little girls somewhere else in the country, if they want to use somebody else's grief to create violence, then they stand for nothing other than thuggery.
That's a great point. They just want to capitalize on these poor girls' deaths just to create, problems for people. Then they're just a bunch of assholes.
Leader of Stoke-on-Trent Council, Jane Ashworth, where hundreds of protesters have been gathering today amid reports of some outbreaks of violence. But first, Kim McGuinness, Mayor of the North East, who's been dealing with the fallout of last night's clashes in Sunderland. And they were ugly scenes, weren't they, Kim? What's the mood in Sunderland this evening?
Well, they were really ugly scenes, and, we were really shocked and horrified by what we saw in Sunderland last night. But the mood today is one of a community coming together and standing very strong against what we saw last night. The community taking part in a massive clear-up operation this morning alongside the council, and making it very, very clear that those people rioting and seeking to cause violence do not speak for us. So I've come from last night feeling really angry and disappointed and shocked that these people think it's okay to behave like this in our towns and cities, to feeling really heartened by the community response today.
But Sunderland is a long way from Southport, isn't it? Why do you think that Sunderland was the focus of last night's disorder?
It is a long way from Southport, and of course these people organised what they were calling a peaceful protest and the auspices that it was about the horrific murders of those 3 little girls in Southport. But it was very clear from the very beginning that it was never about that at all. It was an excuse and a ruse to cause disorder and violence and chaos on our streets, and to attack and abuse people, and to adopt language of division and hate, which is just not acceptable, whilst attacking the police. I think we've seen, and it's been very clear.
Yeah, and well, the thing is that the especially at this time, I think we've clearly seen, not just in the United States but also in Britain and other places, an uptick. In Canada, an uptick in anti-Islamic, anti-Muslim. I guess those are really technically the same things. Anti-Arab sort of sentiment alongside the sort of as a, what do you call it, a companion to all of the anti-immigrant sort of rhetoric and sentiments that you see, especially in the right wing of these places, which we're talking about. And, you know, that is seemingly the only real objective of all this. They don't seem to be interested in bringing actual, what do you call it, like attention to these young girls who tragically died, and rather they'd rather just focus on stirring up hatred towards immigrants and Muslims, and just, you know, letting it all out, you know, having a good what do you call it? Oh god, I can't think of words right now. What's wrong with my brain? Did I eat today? I might not have eaten. Did I eat? I feel like when I don't eat, my brain just does not work as well. When I think about it, I feel like I did not eat a normal amount of human food today. Yeah, it's a very frustrating story, which hopefully will end soon, because it's just ridiculous and problematic. Maybe focus on how we end violence. You don't bring attention to violence and trying to stop violence against people by being violent. Just gonna point that out. It's not a good idea. I think we covered enough of that for today. What do you all think? Was that enough? I feel like it's enough. I think we get it. We could go further, but we do have a bunch of other shit to do. We were 3 hours in. We're not nearly. You probably see it in the title of the stream, Mehdi vs. Morris. That's happening. We're getting to that. I'm gonna tell you now, that is gonna be the cap for the night. So we have a bunch of space to cover between there and here. So I'm gonna move us past this absolutely idiotic thing. Look at a better protest that was going on in not just the UK but across Europe. Let's look at this from Euronews from 7 hours ago. Pro-Palestine demonstrators across Europe demand ceasefire in the Israel-Hamas genocide.
Pro-Palestinian demonstrators took part in ceasefire rallies in Paris and London as the Israel-Hamas war passes 300 days. Pro-Palestinian protesters gathered in Paris demanding a solution to the ongoing war and calling for a boycott of Israel at the ongoing Olympic Games. Many expressed anger at seeing Israel's flag at Paris's Games, saying Israeli athletes should have competed with a neutral status, like those from Russia and Belarus following the invasion of Ukraine. A large crowd also gathered in central London, demanding an end to the ongoing deadly war. Protesters gathered and unfurled a huge red line, which they say symbolizes the red lines Israel has crossed.
I like that. I like that. It's a good metaphor. I don't know if it's even a metaphor. I do like that imagery. That is great. Because they did. They crossed a huge frickin' red line. And then another one. And then another one. And then people stopped talking about red lines because they just didn't seem to exist. They were just figments of our imagination and of the administrations supposedly touting them as being these things that Israel wasn't gonna do, right? They're like, we know that we're funding what they're doing, but they'll never do this thing. And then they did it. And then the next thing. And it's just, you know. We only need 2 more likes to hit. I think that's 2 streams in a row where we've gotten to 60 likes. That's a lot of likes. 2 streams in a row. That's a wow. I don't know how we do that. Okay, now let's do our obligatory Olympics coverage here. I'm gonna have to mute this because we got copyright struck last time we did this. Listen to something like that. All right, here we go. Top photos from day 8. That's right, we are in the 2nd week of the Olympics. Top photos. Let's see. Yeah, so we muted it. We're gonna listen to this music. Wow. Really trying hard at this badminton right here. Damn. Wow. To the face.
What we know can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been.
On guard.
We know can be unburdened by what has been. To know what can be unburdened by what has been. I see that you know your judo. Unburdened by what has been. To see what can be unburdened by what has been. The courage to see what can be.
Okay. Now, what do we do? You know, I'm gonna skip this. We're gonna save this one for Sunday Fun Day. I think we should look at this. I'm gonna save these for, because this happens to me a lot where I'm like, this one's too fun. We need stuff for Sunday Fun Day. Otherwise, Sunday Fun Day doesn't live up to its name, and then people are like, what the fuck is this? And I get email after email of people saying, StreamLord, this is not fun. I don't appreciate this. Sincerely, real person. Not fake Namington. Let's go here. This is the IOC chief at a press conference earlier today. Well, I guess earlier on Saturday. Saying hate speech towards the Algerian boxer Amani Khalif is totally unacceptable, quote unquote.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
There I can only invite them to come up with a scientific-based, a new definition of who is a woman.
I don't want reality.
And how can somebody being born, raised, competed, and having a passport as a woman cannot be considered a woman?
It's science.
If they are coming up with something, we are ready to listen. We are ready to look into it. But we will not take part in a politically motivated, sometimes politically motivated cultural war. And allow me to say that what is going on in this context in the social media with all this hate speech, with this aggression and abuse, and fueled by this agenda, is totally unacceptable.
To put an end to this ongoing gender dispute. Thank you.
Nice of him. This is the sort of thing that we should expect from leaders. People coming out and saying, hey, everybody stop being an asshole, please. Thank you. Next question. It makes American transphobes look like fucking morons. Is this the first thing that made them look like morons? I would Me personally, I feel like there's been at least one or two other instances before this that made that clear. But maybe I'm just imagining things. Okay, let's go. Let's go on to this. Enough of the Olympics, but we're not going to leave Europe quite yet. Let's go to Amsterdam, where the annual Pride Canal Boat Parade happened in the city. This is sounds fun.
We end today's show in Paris. We're just
no, we're not going to do that today. Not going to do that today, Amy. Amsterdam is living it up over here, having pride parades on a canal. I feel like if Martha Ann Alito was sent this video, she would have a heart attack. She'd probably tell Justice Alito that we need to do something about legislating away the entire country. I mean, don't tell her that's not possible. Might as well let her believe it. But you know what this reminded me of? Because I feel like, Martha, if she saw this video, she'd be very upset and yelling Vergonia, getting her flags ready. Ooh, I see Vergonia flags and Space Cats in chat right now. Some of my favorite emotes on Twitch. If I don't say so myself. It's not like I made that emote or anything. My bare hands. What was I saying? Oh yeah. But, I think, if anything, just based upon historical events, I feel like it's, at least from what I can tell, like this, you can watch the whole video, you can see that the boats, they do just fine, right? I think God actually has shown us historically. I'm just gonna look at some past events here quickly, just proving us God's will, if you will. Because some other people at one point in recent history tried to do a similar thing and things went badly. If you've forgotten, let's look at this. This is from ABC 7 from 3 years ago.
And a parade of boats celebrating their support for President Trump ending in disaster after several vessels sunk in extremely choppy waters. Videos captured a chaotic scene on Texas's Lake Travis. Hundreds of boats flying Trump flags and banners in close proximity in the rough waters. Boats creating a lot of those choppy waves. Eyewitnesses reporting several boats being swamped by waves and sinking as frantic passengers jumped into the water. So far, fortunately, no injuries have been reported, and authorities do not suspect foul play.
Hello, I'm Mark Brown. Get more great ABC 7.
I think we all remember the footage. We could go back, but I feel like most people in this chat have seen that, so I'm sure the images are coming to mind of those boats sinking into the water. And just, I'm just saying, historically, it seems like God wants that pride parade more than they want these Trump parades in the water. So I'm just saying, that's God, not me. I'm not saying it. I am just a guy, just in space, trying to give you all news as well as context to things. And yeah, I'm just sort of going through history right now. You can come to whatever conclusions you want. Now, let's go along. Some other stuff that's happened recently over the week. This was from a couple of days ago. This was a live video from the Associated Press showing the U.S. Prisoners being put on a plane in Turkey to take them home. Now, if you missed this story, the United States, Britain, and Germany, as well as Russia, came to a prisoner exchange deal in which 24 different hostages and prisoners were released. This was some of those, at least, prisoners getting on to the plane, heading home. We already covered the story, so we're not going to get... I just missed this particular piece earlier, so whatever. Just an opportunity for us to talk about this piece of news that happened earlier. Don James has been on fire with the gigantifying of emotes. I think I even saw... Did I see you gigantify an emote of Frank Reynolds blasting off with 2 pistols? It's actually a great episode from It's Always Sunny. But that's not a galactic emote. Where'd you even find these emotes? Truly impressive. By the way, appreciate you donating those bits to gigantify those emotes. I know you have to buy them with your hard-earned money. Okay, what next? What next? Alright, let's go to Africa. A couple of stories here to talk about. Let's go to Nigeria first, where after not even... How many days has this been going on for? I don't think even 5 days. Right? I think there's been maybe 5 days of protest in Nigeria. And I think I might be overshooting that. But the police are already asking for help from the army to stop people from protesting. Let's go to this.
Nigeria's police may seek the help of the military after protests turned violent in some cities. That's according to the Inspector General of Police, who says officers have been put on red alert and fully mobilized. Demonstrators have been rallying against the rising cost of living. At least 3 protesters were killed in Nigeria's Kaduna state on Thursday, according to Reuters reporters. Police there say they fired tear gas at protesters and not live ammunition.
We are drawing the attention of the public since that some bad elements are trying to hijack this protest.
Protesters are angry with President Bola Tinubu's economic reforms, which have led to rampant inflation. They were inspired by protests in Kenya in June that led to the government.
Protests in Kenya in June. Weird way to put that. Speaking of which... Plus, my channel gets the bits with those emotes. It costs you 25 bits. That's right, 25 bits per gigantified emote. I've tried to keep those at reasonable costs, whatever you call those things. They're new, too. That's like a new feature on Twitch. not the bits, but the like I think gigantifying things and some of the other stuff you can do now are more recent. $110 million subscribers for PewDiePie, who is, as BCat has aptly mentioned, a racist. What was I saying? Okay, got distracted by chat. But speaking of which, and by of which means those Kenyan protests we were just talking about, let's go here, because those are not done. Still going. They've been going for a month now. Let's go here. TRT World. 14 hours ago.
Nairobi, a city that never sleeps, now finds itself caught in a cycle of unrest. The protest, echoing the empty streets, are leaving a trail of economic devastation. Shattered glass and charred vehicles litter the streets. Business owners are left to sift through the ruins, counting the cost of this social upheaval. For Edwin Othiambo, a local shoemaker, the protests have been particularly devastating.
During the protests, I even lost money because I came in the morning and started working a little, but by 10 a.m. I've already packed up and left. There is no customer who can come here because they're afraid of the protests.
At the fish market, the lifeblood of many local economies, vendors struggle to stay afloat. Trade is subdued as fear of uncertainties keep customers away.
Well, if this is the case, this is what my prescription would be for this. Maybe the president of Kenya should step down, like the protesters have been asking for over a month. He culled and replaced his entire cabinet in lieu of replacing himself, essentially. Instead of holding new elections, he has decided to stay in power amidst continued calls for him to step down. It seems like him not stepping down is causing problems for everybody. Okay, just take a page from Joe Biden's book. Speaking of protests, let's go to Bangladesh, where protests are also continuing, asking for very similar things, for very similar reasons. Here's global news from 1 day ago. Thousands of people took to the streets in anti-government protests in Dhaka on Friday. From students to rickshaw drivers, demonstrators vandalized armored vehicles and chanted anti-government slogans. People make mistakes. If Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, would have apologized, everything would be back to normal. If she cannot control it, things will keep getting heated. The unrest in the biggest test facing Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina since she won a fourth term in January elections. If every person get down on the street to protest, can she really keep her throne position? Please visit Google and see how people are reacting to her. Then you will understand how angry the people are. Bangladesh has been going through turmoil in recent weeks as a government job quota reform movement turned fatal, claiming over 150 lives. And by turn fatal, what global news means is that the police turned guns on protesters and killed over 10 dozen people. For 140, they said, right? Yeah, a lot. It has just been getting worse. That number just keeps going up and up. We've been watching it from the beginning. It just seems to keep getting more and more organized. Like, honestly, from the very beginning to now they got way more signs. Way more signs than they did at the beginning. And flags. Signs and flags. Okay, let's go on. What else do we have to talk about? Okay, yeah, let's go to this. This is from BBC News from a day ago. Kim Jong-un wants Donald Trump back. Wait, no. Oh, I hit the wrong button. There we go.
A senior North Korean government official who recently defected has told the BBC that North Korea is hoping Donald Trump becomes president so that it can restart negotiations with the United States. In his first interview with an international news broadcaster, he's been speaking to our Seoul correspondent, Jean McKenzie.
For this North Korean elite, turning his back on the regime was a life or death gamble. Mr. Ri raced to the airport in the dead of night, giving his family just 6 hours' notice. Sick with fear about what would happen if they were caught.
Either I'd have been executed, or I'd have been sent to a political prison camp for life. I could accept my own death, but the fear of my family being killed was overwhelming.
The most high-ranking person to escape North Korea in 8 years, Mr. Ri has a rare insight into what the world's most secretive state wants. And despite Kim Jong-un's recent dalliance with Vladimir Putin, the former diplomat says North Korea's ultimate goal is still to cut a deal with the US. For that, it's hoping to see Donald Trump back in the White House.
If Trump is elected, this will truly be a once-in-a-thousand-year opportunity for North Korea. They believe they can negotiate with him and use the personal friendship between Mr. Trump and Mr. Kim to their advantage.
I don't think that is a crazy thing for them to think, right? If he is in fact correct about that. Fact is Donald Trump, he was the first president in, I don't know how long, it's been a long time. What is it? 60 years or something to go and meet with Kim Jong-un? With any North Korean leader? He certainly talked better about Kim Jong-un than anybody else does. Kim Jong, talk about him great. He's a great guy. All right, I'm sorry, I'm done talking about that.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Okay, now we're gonna go to the Middle East here. We got an expected number of stories, I feel like, about all this. Let's go here first to Lebanon. This is from Euronews from 8 hours ago, showing scenes at the Beirut airport, which is the capital of Lebanon, where disruptions are affecting many international flights.
Airlines from the US, Europe and Asia have suspended flights to Israel and Lebanon, citing security concerns following recent developments in the Middle East. Scores of passengers could be seen queuing at Beirut Airport's departure terminal after the cancellation of flights bound for Lebanon. Concerns about a full-fledged regional war are high following the assassination of a Hamas leader in Tehran on Wednesday and a top Hezbollah commander the day before in Beirut. The assassinations came following the deaths of children and teenagers killed last week in the Israeli-annexed region of the Golan Heights in Syria. Israel accused Hezbollah of carrying out the strike, which Hezbollah denied. Since the Israel-Hamas war began in October, Hezbollah and Israel have traded fire on an almost daily basis.
Okay, yeah, not shocking that many airlines right now aren't flying to Beirut, considering what is going on with Israel striking, even though they said, Euronews didn't quite cover this just now, but I'll do it. Israel said that they were never going to strike Beirut, and then did it, so I get it. I get their concerns. Israel is not incapable of striking international airports. They did it in Palestine, right? Like in Gaza. I believe Gaza used to have an international airport, which eventually Israel blew up. Now, let's go to this, because this is a concerning escalation, which is going on right now, with everything that's been going on, if you haven't heard. I mean, we heard about part of it in the previous video, but with both Hezbollah and Hamas and Iran and the Houthis all saying that they are going to respond to the recent strikes Israel has done outside of its country, both in Beirut and in Tehran. The United States has decided, due to concerns for Israel, have decided that we need to send more warships and jets out to the Middle East, just in case, you know.
The U.S. is deploying more fighter jets and warships to the Middle East to help defend Israel from possible retaliatory attacks by Iran and its proxies. The aircraft carrier Theodore Roosevelt has reportedly left the Strait of Hormuz just 10 kilometers off the coast of Iran. U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin has also sent cruisers and destroyers equipped with ballistic missiles to the region. For more, we're joined by John Allen. He's a former Canadian ambassador to Israel, also a senior fellow at the Munk School of Global Affairs and Public Policy.
I don't even feel like listening to this guy. I think the headline's good enough for us to move on with. We have so much more to talk about tonight. But I just thought that the headline itself was incredibly important. Even if we're not giving Israel these things and we're just sending them to the Middle East, it's the same thing as giving direct aid to Israel. You just lost $1.80 at poker. You could have used that to gigantify emotes. That is, I'm upset too. I'm upset for you. Good God. You wanted to watch NCC, but you were too tired? Why are we talking about NCC? I mean, I don't blame you for wanting to watch NCC. NCC rated on Twitch and YouTube today, which I really appreciated. It's very, very thoughtful of her. Jerry is rich. Who knew Jerry was a billion? You have $9 billion in poker money? Fake? Oh, it's fake. It's fake poker money. No. Okay, let's go to this, though. Here's CBS Evening News. Fears grow of wider war in Middle East. No kidding. Just came up with that.
Tonight, there are mounting fears that Israel's long-running hostilities between Iran and its allies could intensify into a wider war after the assassinations of senior Hamas and Hezbollah leaders. CBS's Deborah Patta reports from Jerusalem that the United States is also responding.
There are high levels of anxiety here in Israel. Nobody really knows how or when Iran will strike back.
With the funeral rituals for Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh now over, the explosive fallout of his assassination in Tehran has left a region on edge. Security experts here fear an Iranian attack could include its proxies and be far harsher than the strike in April when the U.S.
Holy shit. Did you see that crowd?
Edge. Security experts here fear and
Holy fuck. It's gotta be like, well, like 100 people wide, like across the street, going back for what seems like thousands of people. Oh my god.
Iranian attack could include its proxies and be far harsher than the strike in April when the US and its allies helped down nearly all of the more than 300 missiles and drones fired at Israel. Iran could also potentially attack Israeli assets abroad. While all sides insist they don't want the shadow conflict to escalate into open war, the potential for a fatal error is high.
I think both sides.
Yeah, no kidding. And maybe if Israel stopped randomly attacking other countries, doing airstrikes in like the literal capitals of its neighbors, maybe there wouldn't be a threat of a multifaceted war. And here is sort of what seems like the beginning of that. This happened 5 hours before the stream started. This is Associated Press showing Israel's Iron Dome going off and intercepting attacks from Lebanon. Must be at least a dozen. By the way, each one of those rockets cost U.S. taxpayers a bundle. Okay. Israel has turned from ally to troublesome stepchild. Bob is right. It's an astute observation. And a great analogy. Let's go to this. Because I do feel like this is a, while somewhat lackluster change, a definite and actual change in rhetoric coming from directly from the Biden administration, from Joe Biden himself. This is yesterday from Global News. I believe this was from outside the...
I'm very concerned about it. I had a very...
I'm pretty sure this was when the president came to meet the prisoners getting off of the plane from Turkey.
I'm very concerned about it. I had a very direct meeting with the Prime Minister today, and very direct. We We have the basis for a ceasefire. He should move on it, and they should move on it now.
Is the chance for a ceasefire ruined after the assassination of Hania?
It's not helped. That's all I'm going to say right now. Thank you.
The killing of Hania, I think, certainly.
Okay, so yeah. That's something that we've seen administration officials try to avoid answering, but there's Joe Biden actually admitting to, on camera, that was actually bad. Oh my God, crazy. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. So yeah, perhaps unshockingly to everyone here, although the admission itself is almost shocking, because seemingly Israel is incapable of doing anything wrong or problematic. To admit that Israel did something that was bad for anything is somehow, it's unexpected to me. Speaking of Israel's supposed ability to do no wrong, let's go to this little piece from Al Jazeera from a day ago. They decided to help explain this situation that happened and is technically still ongoing in Israel, which we talked about briefly on a couple of occasions, but I don't believe there's been any resolution to yet. Let's just go to this. I'm not even going to ramp up with a bunch of talky talk.
You might have seen these protests by a group of Israelis in support of detained soldiers. So what was exactly going on? Now, a warning, we're going to discuss some distressing things in this video, but let's break it down. These scenes are being described as protests for the right of Israeli soldiers to rape Palestinian prisoners. On July 29, the Israeli military announced it had detained 9 soldiers over allegations they were involved in the, quote, substantial abuse of a detainee at the State Taman military base in the Negev. The allegation that the soldiers had raped a male Palestinian detainee to the point of paralysis. As we see in the video, right-wing protesters not only tried to stop the arrest of the soldiers, they tried to break them out of detention. Many of them saying the men were heroes. And it wasn't just civilians supporting the soldiers' right to abuse detainees. Here's far-right heritage minister Amichai Eliyahu at the protest. One Likud party member also weighed in Parliament.
I'm not going to vote any... Hold on. Sorry, I was not prepared to do translations. I'm not going to vote on anything anymore until this story and this whining from those in the state prosecutor's office who think it is possible to go and arrest soldiers for anything that they think terrorists is over. Is putting a stick into a person's rectum legitimate? Yes. With these people, everything is acceptable. Everything.
So, what else do we know? The accused reservists belong to a unit known as Force 100, who were tasked with guarding the State Taman facility. One of the suspects, who was quickly released, reportedly said the military police were applauding him for his actions.
That is disgusting. I cannot believe that guy just sat there and justified raping prisoners. That should upset everybody. That is just horrifying and just the depths of depravity.
Illegal.
And people in Israel are protesting to say, not even just people, you had just watched multiple government officials either leading or being in parliament and defending what's happening, and it's just oh God, absolutely just, it's almost impossible to wrap my mind around how that's even happening right now, anywhere, in any country. at all. Let alone a country that's been propped up by the entire West, my own country, as being a bastion of democracy in the Middle East. Just it's crazy.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Let's go here. Because multiple strikes have occurred in both the West Bank and in Gaza. Israel is claiming that the strikes in the West Bank were specifically on quote-unquote militants. Let's look at this one first. Global news from 8 hours ago. Israeli airstrikes kill at least 9 in the West Bank, including a Hamas commander.
2 Israeli airstrikes in the West Bank have killed at least 9 people. According to Israeli officials and Palestinian media, 5 militants were killed when their vehicle was struck in the northwestern part of the West Bank early Saturday morning. Later in the day, the Israeli military said it has killed 4 more militants shortly after they opened fire on Israeli troops in the West Bank.
Sounds like a bunch of Israeli lies, not gonna lie. The way I see it is that Israel runs out of targets in Gaza and starts bombing the West Bank. We've been watching it, you know? They decimate one place and decide they have to just move to another place. You know? A place that they claim isn't under apartheid. The West Bank specifically. Just bomb that now. I guess it's not apartheid anymore. It's just genocide for sure. Just, you know, it's what we keep seeing. And the fact is, you know, I don't think anybody can criticize me for doubting Israeli numbers, Israeli claims on who they are killing in the West Bank. Because Israelis have been constantly claiming that the numbers coming out of Palestine, the Hamas numbers, as we've heard so many times before, as being illegitimate, right? Even though they've, you know, accepted them later on after conflicts are over in the past, time and time again, and they will indefinitely do the same here with this conflict when it is over. So hard to say over with this because it just seemingly keeps going past just any reasonable amount of time. Whenever that, I don't even know when that would be. But I keep thinking this is going to be done, and then continues. Alright, what else do we have to look at? Oh, right, Gaza. Let's go to Gaza. 15 killed in Israeli strike on Palestinian school in Gaza. Israeli strike on school in Gaza City kills at least 15 people. Gaza City's in central Gaza, by the way. This is fucked. How many schools and hospitals you figured they bombed? I know it's high. I know it's a lot. You're shocked there's any schools left at this point? I feel like they just keep bombing the same ones. Like it's like it's probably been bombed multiple times before. Like all these places have. It's like, oh, that's not destroyed enough. Or there's people that went back. We better bomb it again. People living amongst the rubble. Better hit that rubble. I mean, it just, you know, am I... Am I going too far? I mean, like, that's what it feels like. You know, people have nowhere to go, so, you know, we've heard people. We saw a story where somebody was thankful for being able to go back to their apartment that had only like 3 walls and no roof, or like 10% roof. How far are we? Oh my god, 4 hours in. Jesus Christ. Okay, let's go quickly to this one. Yeah. CBS reporter horrified by doctor's account of Israel's brutality.
But here is CBS News' Tracy Smith speaking with doctors who have been in Gaza. The doctors describe the conditions they're seeing with patients. One of these doctors, Dr. Mark Perlmutter, is a North Carolina area orthopedic surgeon. It's not terribly important, you know, beyond this guy being a doctor, a surgeon, you know, who had the courage to go over there. I mean, it's very dangerous. But I should say, I think I have some Perlmutters in my family tree, and it is. I mean, this is just harrowing to hear doctors talk like this.
When were you in Gaza?
End of April for the first couple weeks of May.
Dr. Mark Perlmutter, an orthopedic surgeon from North Carolina and vice president of the International College of Surgeons, volunteered in Gaza. So, of all the disaster zones you've seen, how does Gaza compare?
All of the disasters I've seen combined, 40 mission trips, 30 years, ground zero, earthquakes, all of that combined doesn't equal the level of carnage that I saw against civilians in just my first week in Gaza.
And when you say civilians, is it mostly children?
Almost exclusively children. I've never seen that before.
Sam recorded this on his phone.
I've seen more incinerated children than I've ever seen in my entire life combined. I've seen more shredded children in just the first week.
Shredded?
Shredded.
What do you mean?
Missing body parts, being crushed by buildings, the greatest majority, or bomb explosions, the next greatest majority. We've taken shrapnel as big as my thumb out of 8-year-olds, and then there's sniper bullets. I have children that were shot twice.
Wait, you're saying that children in Gaza are being shot by snipers?
Definitively. I have 2 children that I have photographs of that were shot so perfectly in the chest I couldn't put my stethoscope over their heart more accurately, and directly on the side of the head in the same child. No toddler gets shot twice by mistake by the world's best sniper. And they're dead center shots.
In fact, more than 20 doctors recently in Gaza also told Sunday Morning about gunshot wounds to children.
This is horrifying. And I think, what the sentiment that who's that Daredevil saying here? Why is this interviewer so surprised? I think that is the thing that is like almost the most horrifying to me, because she's a goddamn news reporter. She has access to all the goddamn information out there, stuff that we don't have access to here. She's gotta know that all this shit is going on, and yet, you know, she's sitting there acting like this is the first time she's hearing about anything like this.
Okay, you know, this is, you get the picture. I mean, it's good to be seeing this at least on CBS News, on national news, so that people can get a sense of like just the level of carnage.
It is, though. He's so on. I mean, Sam is always on with everything, right? But like, fact is CBS's coverage has been terrible this last 9 months. To get them actually covering this stuff in a serious way is new. it is a development, and it is something I welcome, and I hope that they continue down this path of actually noticing the atrocities that are happening there. Bob Carmody just noticing his dad is on the stream.
The complete hollowness of the idea that to protect the security of Israelis or Israel, we need to murder children in this way. I mean, it's.
Yeah. To protect
Horror
Israel in the way that it's constructed, genocide is the natural end goal, right? Because
Emma is right, as usual. All right. Let's go on here. And because it's so late, we've been going for over 4 hours already. You know, I have been considering, and put a 1 in chat if you think this is a good idea, but I have been considering recently, due to the funding necessities of the Galactic News Network, I've been thinking of potentially making it possible for people to increase the length of this stream by way of donations. I don't know, I'm just thinking out loud, because I think I've seen somebody else do this before. It seems like a potential idea. Okay, now, let's go on. Yeah, let's go to this. This is from Al Jazeera. From a day ago. This is my only hope. Says Palestinian who farms to combat hunger. This 24-year-old Palestinian hopes surviving agriculture. Oopsies, sorry. This 24-year-old Palestinian hopes reviving agriculture will combat food shortages and rising starvation due to the prolonged war in Gaza. We were living through the most difficult kind of famine, the basic necessities that we can live on, such as flour, various kinds of vegetables, fruits or meats are not available. So today, I, Yusuf, head of a household, will plant these seedlings and produce them, and live off them, because this is my only hope now. 96% of Gaza's population is food insecure, says a UN report. Aid entering Gaza has decreased by 56% since April. I hope that there will be real cooperation and support from supporters or the international institutions concerned with the agricultural sector, and that they not abandon the farmers. Oh my god, that picture is wild. Everything around him is destroyed, and he's got this little farm going in between it. It's just rubble. For fuck's sake. Alright, let's go to this. Because it's in the title. So we gotta do it. Gotta do it. Al Jazeera English from a day ago. History, genocide, and Israel's war on Gaza. Mehdi Hassan and Betty Morris in head-to-head. You feel like we're ganging up on Nightbot?
Israel will fight until we just.
Before we get to this, I'm just gonna address that because I also know I know we have 60 likes, but there's no way the stream software is totally done. So 3. So I can't give you your 6th character. I'm gonna roll over. What is it, Captain Planet for next stream? But you know what? No, Nightbot is constantly trying to give us misinformation. It has been a long war ever since Nightbot was given AI powers by Soul Life. And don't feel like we're ganging up on Nightbot. Nightbot has consistently given us misinformation and Hasbro and other sorts of terrible fake news.
Illegal. Israel will fight until we destroy Hamas's military capabilities, end its rule in Gaza, and bring all our hostages home.
Since Hamas's attack on October the 7th, Israel has been laying waste to the Gaza Strip. Tens of thousands killed, and the Israeli government now accused of committing genocide. But what can the history of the conflict tell us about how we got here? My guest tonight is the famously provocative Israeli historian Benny Morris. His work once documented many of the crimes committed by Israel in 1948.
Illegal.
But his critics say he now justifies those crimes. I'm Mehdi Hassan, and I'm here in London's legendary Free Speech Society, Conway Hall, to go head-to-head with Benny Morris. I'll challenge him on his support for the war on Gaza, and ask him why he thinks accusations of genocide are absurd. Tonight, I'll be joined by our panel of experts. Daniel Levy, a former Israeli peace negotiator and president of the US Middle East Project. Diana Boutou, the Palestinian lawyer and former advisor to the PLO. And Emmanuel Navon, an Israeli lecturer of diplomatic studies at Tel Aviv University. Benny Morris, thank you for joining me on Head to Head. You are a supporter, a defender of Israel's current war in Gaza, which began in its current form after the atrocities on October the 7th, and which has since killed more than 38,000 Palestinians, including 15,000 children, displaced more than 1 million people, made Gaza uninhabitable per the UN, and is being investigated as a possible genocide at the International Court of Justice. A lot of people around the world think it's a genocide. I happen to think it's a genocide, but you have called that accusation absurd. Why?
Well, I once investigated a real genocide by Muslim Turks against the Christian communities of Turkey around the year 1900. Some 2 million Christians were killed at the time by Muslim Turks. And that's what a genocide actually looks like. What's happening in Gaza is a war. It's a war in which there are a lot of collateral deaths among Gazans. The war started, of course, by the Hamas from Gaza in a giant massacre on October 7th. And the only way to respond to that, and any country would have responded to that, more or less in the same fashion, I think, was to try and go after the Hamas. But the Hamas was embedded in the population, as we know.
Oh, right.
Used the schools, the UNRWA schools, the hospitals as bases, as places where they stocked their ammunition, their guns, themselves, hid.
Every school, every hospital was just a Hamas hideout, as it turns out, according to Benny Morris, at least. Jesus Christ.
In tunnels underneath these schools, in apartment buildings, and this all involved collateral damage, which of course the Hamas knew it was going to ignite by killing 1,200 Israelis on the 7th of October. I myself have...
This guy is like so gleefully telling us the most bold-faced lies.
...with the war as it's being waged, but genocide it definitely isn't. The aim here is not to kill as many Palestinians.
That's not the definition of genocide.
It's one of the
you wrote a book on genocide. That's not the definition of genocide.
It's one of the definitions.
It's not.
He's just making up definition. And you know what? While we're here, Geneva Convention definition of genocide, which is the thing that established this. Here's the UN.org. Hold on. Just bring this over here. Here's the UN.org. The definition, according to the convention, genocide is a crime that can take place both in time of war as well as in time of peace. The definition contained in Article 2 of the convention describes genocide as a crime committed with the intent to destroy a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group in whole or in part. That's not me saying that, that's the UN.org. You go check it out.
It's not based on numbers, the definition.
It's also based on intent and on numbers.
It's based on the intent.
Yes, there's no
destroy, to kill in whole or in part.
There's no intent here.
That's
as far as I know, look, I'm not.
I just want to
I'm not a government spokesman. You seem to be presenting me as a government spokesman.
How did I present you in a government spokesman? I asked you for your view on the war. I didn't say anything. We'll come to the government. I'm just asking about your view right now. The definition of genocide, you wrote a book on it, is nothing to do with how many people you kill. So it's not a numbers game.
It's also a numbers game.
It's also a numbers
chief prosecutor
game.
has asked for arrest warrants, not just for Hamas.
It's basically what Benny Morris is saying by calling it a numbers game, saying it depends on how well you do it. Depends on how complete you kill the population. But in that very definition we just read, it's in whole or in part. It's not a numbers game, as he's trying to claim. It's the intent to do such a thing, regardless of your efficacy.
The defense minister for war crimes and crimes against humanity, and he says he has mountains of evidence. We've all seen with our own eyes the Israelis in Gaza commit war crimes on camera, kill unarmed people who are carrying white flags, blow up apartment buildings, drop 2,000-pound bombs on crowded refugee camps. Can we at least agree, Benny, even if we're going to disagree on genocide, that Israel has committed numerous war crimes since the Hamas war crimes on October the 7th?
I'm fairly sure there have been war crimes, but the war itself is not a war crime, as the Hamas attack on Israel on the 7th of October was. It was a war crime from beginning to end. The aim was to kill as many civilians as possible, which they did in accordance.
That attack lasted an afternoon. Meanwhile, the last 9 months have been an active genocide, the whole thing.
The Hamas charter, which is to kill basically every Jew you can get hold of in Palestine.
But I didn't ask about the aim. I asked about the acts that are being committed.
As I said, probably there have been, as in all wars, war crimes.
You accept there have been war crimes?
Yes.
So you would support an arrest warrant for Benjamin Netanyahu?
I didn't say that.
Why?
Firstly, there hasn't been an arrest warrant.
I know, there's been a request from the ICC chief.
That's not what he said.
So far, they haven't issued it. I don't know if you can hold a prime minister responsible if a sergeant kills several unarmed people intentionally.
You don't think the Israeli Air Force bombing apartment buildings, refugee camps, mosques, cemeteries, hospitals, schools, universities, libraries?
Firstly, it hasn't bombed, as far as I know, hospitals. They have attacked...
What?
Literally no expert agrees with you on
the
that.
whole room disagrees
What
with
you're saying is not true. The only hospital which I remember being bombed was by a rocket fired by the Islamic Jihad by mistake.
Oh my
God!
God!
I remember.
So
Israel has raided hospitals.
So let me
talk. Israel has raided hospitals, but with infantry.
Let me ask you this
found
question.
Hamas people in their Hamas headquarters.
We have poured over photographs of bombed hospitals. This guy is disgusting. Historian, the bullshit.
Hospitals, under hospitals.
Actually, we've never seen the headquarters of Benjamin Netanyahu put a beautiful Bond movie video out for. We've never actually seen that from underneath Al Shifa. It's been several months. We're still waiting for that. So on the 31st of October, according to Human Rights Watch, Israeli forces unlawfully attacked a 6-story residential...
This guy is a revisionist historian. That's what he is. Okay. Oh God, listening to it is so
106
painful.
civilians, including 54 children, without warning. 4 strikes, completely demolished. Human Rights Watch found no evidence of a military target in the vicinity, making the strike unlawful, indiscriminate under the laws of war. Israeli authorities have provided no justification for the attack.
The Hamas always hides their own
Even the
casualties.
Israelis didn't say that they were hiding in the apartment building.
I don't.
You said you don't want to be a spokesman for the government. You're offering a better defense of the government than the government is.
I don't know. I don't know the particulars of that particular attack. It could be that there was a war crime committed there. It could also be that there were hundreds of Hamas fighters in the building alongside. It could be.
Could be. Anything could be, because Israel doesn't give us any information on things. And since he doesn't accept anything that Hamas or the Hamas-led health ministry says, it could be anything. Who knows? Oh my God. Imagination running wild.
Okay, so have you ever seen footage? Have you ever seen footage coming out?
Ooh, good point, Sasha. Geez, there could have been an evil wizard in there. Israel saving us from evil wizards.
Strip, which shows a Hamas fighter dead. Have you ever seen that? How much? All you see is civilians.
Benny,
because they're hiding. They're hiding.
I'm not a Palestinian journalist. I'm a foreign journalist. And guess what? We're not allowed in by the Israelis.
They are hiding their casualties.
So let me ask you this question. So then, I agree we should allow people in. Do you agree with me?
I agree with you. Let me tell you something about the Israeli Air Force, if we're talking about this. Each mission of the Israeli Air Force, and it's probably the most accurate and efficient arm of the Israeli military, is checked beforehand by a lawyer, etc., to see if there are actual is there evidence, evidence of.
I'm so glad you're pointing this out, because it's not a rogue operation. It goes all the way up. See, we can indict Netanyahu for these attacks because it's gone up the chain of command. It's not a rogue sergeant. It's not a rogue sergeant. We agree. All right. You say it's not genocide. Can we at least agree that it's genocidal rhetoric and genocidal intent from various members of the Israeli government?
Yes.
Can we agree that the rhetoric from Netanyahu and Herzog and Smotrich, this is genocidal rhetoric?
Some of the ministers, I'm not sure about Herzog's quotes, and I'm not sure about what Netanyahu said, that some of the ministers
said Amalek, Benny. You know what Amalek means.
I don't know if that's the same as genocide, but...
Killing every man, woman, and child, and the donkeys.
Listen, there's something absurd about this line of questioning.
Oh.
If Israel was intent on genocide, would you let me talk?
Hold on. Can you let him speak?
Would you let me talk?
Can you let him speak? Yes. Guys, we are going to have to stop the entire show, and you all have to go home.
Oh my God, Mehdi has now taken on a high school teacher persona suddenly.
If we do not have some order. Benny, please finish your point.
If there was a genocidal intent in the war making in Gaza, there would be not 30,000 or incidentally, the numbers are all issued by Hamas.
Here we go.
We don't know how true they are.
They could also be 6 to 20 times higher.
With the Israeli military machine to commit genocide in Gaza, there would not be 30,000 or 20,000 Gazans dead. There would be hundreds of thousands of Gazans dead.
I'm sure.
That is called genocide, and that's not what's happening in Gaza.
Benny, we've already discussed that's not the definition of genocide, but okay.
Let me
ask you
that's
this.
not your definition.
No, it's
of
the
genocide.
1948 Genocide Convention.
There's lots of different.
Forget it. Forget the 1948 Genocide Convention.
There are lots of definitions.
That's not.
He doesn't like the UN definition, apparently.
Benny, there's only one. There's only one. It's the 1948 Genocide Convention.
That sounds dogmatic. There's only one. There's only one truth, the Hamas truth. Sound the same.
Is the 1948 Genocide Convention a Hamas charter? Is everything Hamas, Benny?
The 1940. Yeah, yeah, exactly. The Geneva Convention was actually a big Hamas conspiracy.
There's a genocidal side in this battle. It is the Hamas.
Okay, let me ask you this.
Just look at its charter, read the words there, reads what it says about
by the way, Benny,
what they intend to do to the Jews.
Benny,
that's what is
Benny,
important.
I've interviewed people from Hamas and I've asked them about the charter. I'm interviewing you right now.
I'm
and
sure
I want to
they
ask
tell you it's a nice document.
I'm sure they do. Israeli minister called Avi Dichter, member of the Security Cabinet, he said we're now rolling out the Gaza Nakba. He was referring to the Nakba, the catastrophe of 1948, when an estimated 700,000 Palestinians were driven from their homes. You famously documented a lot of that back in the 80s. You undermined a lot of Israeli propaganda that said they just fled on their own. So whether it's the 1948 Nakba or the 2024 Gaza Nakba, to quote Avi Dichter, For Palestinians, Zionism is Nakba. It is ethnic cleansing. Surely you, of all people, can recognize that.
I'm not sure I can recognize that, no. Yeah, you keep putting words in my mouth.
He didn't. He just asked a question.
Zionism's intent was to establish a Jewish state in the area called Palestine, or the land of Israel. Initially, the Zionists wanted to establish a Jewish state on the whole land of Israel, or all of Palestine. 1937, 1938, Zionism changed and said, we can't have all of the land. There are lots of Palestinians here. Let's share it with the Palestinians. In 1937, the British Peel Commission proposed the partition of Palestine between the two peoples living in it. The Palestinians said no and continued their war against Britain and the Zionists. The Zionists said yes to the partition proposal by Peel. The international community repeated the idea of the partition of Palestine between the Jews and the Arabs in 1947, November, the famous Resolution 181. The Jews said yes to the UN partition resolution of 1947, accepting it. They would get some of Palestine, the Palestinian Arabs would get the other part, and the Palestinians said no and started shooting the next day, killing Jews.
So this is one of the reasons I wanted to...
This is such a wild version of history. The claim that they're that Israelis were being attacked from a different, so they take the other land. They already took some land. And they're like, we need to take this land because we're being shot from that land because we're taking this land that we took. It's a real Inception moment. Hold on. We can't watch this whole thing. We're gonna watch a bunch more, but I personally am struggling to listen to Benny Morris just going on and on. Figured we'd let some other voices in here at some point. Mehdi goes to a panel. Let's move it forward a few minutes.
Was he busy attacking the Jews?
Okay, I want to bring in the panel. Before I do, a lot of talk about whether Zionism is a form of colonialism. If I said to you Zionism is something colonial, what would you say to that?
I would say there's some partial truth in it, but on large it's wrong. It's not a correct interpretation.
Those are Theodore
Zionism.
Herzl's words. He wrote a letter to Cecil Rhodes, the founder of Rhodesia in Zimbabwe. He said it's something colonial.
Okay.
He wants to just make the argument basically here that it's only happenstance colonialism. There just happen to be people in the place where Zionists want to make a country. That's all that it is. It's just the people. They're getting in the way, the ones that existed there before us.
So maybe you should take it up with the founder of Zionism.
I can't take it up with Herzl.
Okay.
Herzl may have said that in order to
Not may, he did say that.
Ingratiate, in an effort to ingratiate himself with the great colonizer, Rhodes. It's possible. That's not the point. The point is...
This is why I don't understand. Benny, Zionism
you don't allow me to finish sentences.
I do, please.
No, you do. You
Please finish the sentence.
Continuously interrupt.
Please.
You're trying to do what Trump did to Biden.
Wow, I've never been compared to Trump before. That's a first. But you've actually eaten up more time saying that, so please finish your sentence.
In order to mess up his sentences. Zionism intended to liberate the Jews from the alienation and oppression under which they lived in Eastern Europe, also later Central Europe, by establishing a state of the Jews, with a majority of Jews, with Jews ruling over themselves. They ended up in part realizing that dream at the expense of Palestinians. This is correct.
Okay.
This is what happened, as it turned out.
We'll end on a point of agreement and bring in our panel. We have Diana Boutou, who's a Palestinian lawyer in Israel, former advisor to the PLO. Emmanuel Navon is an international relations lecturer at Tel Aviv University. Daniel Levy is a former Israeli peace negotiator, president of the US Middle East Peace Project. Diana, I'm interested in hearing what you have to say about genocide, because we started the show talking about genocide. Benny very adamantly says it's absurd. There's many definitions. You're a lawyer. What do you make of that?
Look, Benny is exactly what I expect him to be, which is a genocide denier and a genocide apologist. Every human rights organization has been defining this as a genocide. We have the ICJ that has come out and said that there's plausible case for genocide, and yet we're to believe the Israelis, the only people who say that it isn't a genocide. Israel's allowed to be a colonizer. Israel's allowed to do what it pleases, and that Palestinians just have to sit by idly and take it. And this is the fundamental problem with Zionism. But we, Palestinians, are the ones who feel Zionism on our bodies. We've paid for it with our lives. We've paid for it with our land. This attempt to redefine Zionism will go nowhere because you know, and the world knows, it's a
Hold on, I'm going to bring in all the panel. Then
it's a colonial...
Hold on. All right. Emmanuel, you teach international relations in Israel. Is there a recognition there that a lot of the world governments, allies of Israel, as well as the usual human rights groups, are very critical, at a minimum, of the way that Israel has prosecuted what's going on in Gaza?
Well, first of all, Diana said we're feeling Zionism. You're right, you're feeling it, because the only place in the Middle East where Arabs are free is Israel. And so the freedom that you have, Diana, is because the only country in the Middle East where there is freedom is the state of Israel, from which you benefit,
Jesus
and you
Christ.
should be thankful for it.
That is so fucked. What a fucked diversion of an answer.
I'm not
That is...
Because the only country in the Middle East where Arabs can elect their officials, be elected, be judges at the Supreme Court, be president of a university, the only free country in the Middle East is Israel.
Dan, do you want to respond to that?
Only free country in the Middle East. It certainly isn't a free country for Palestinians who are living under apartheid.
I find it staggering that the gentleman to my right is telling the Palestinian citizen of Israel how she is experiencing the reality under which she lives. It's a staggering moment for me. Now, there were different strands to Zionism, okay? There was a cultural Zionism, there was a binational Zionism. This could have gone in different directions. From the perspective of 2024, 75 plus years in, the idea that this is just something benign doesn't match with the reality that has been lived. Now, I would say it's clear what this has meant for Palestinians, but I would argue it's not doing what was written on the tin for Jews either. I don't think either Israeli Jewish or global Jewish safety is best served by the actions we see day in, day out in Gaza.
Would you like to respond to what you've heard from the panel?
Please. I think there's a misunderstanding here. There is a separation between Israel and the West Bank, Israel and the occupied territory, largely populated by the Palestinians and the State of Israel. In Israel itself, there is a rule of law. There is generally equality between the Jews and the Arabs, and you're misrepresenting it when you say that they are persecuted, and he's damn right in what he says. All the Arab states are dictatorships which do not allow their citizens any freedom, and Israeli Arabs enjoy most of the rights. They may be discriminated against in certain things, but they may enjoy certain rights which Jews do not have. For instance, not serving 3 years, wasting 3 years in the army, for example. Israeli Arabs don't do that.
We don't want to do
No, it's fine.
Yes,
I'm pretty sure most Palestinians are desperate to serve in the Israeli military right now.
I'm sure you're right.
For leaving us from
one should be in pre-1967 Zionism in Israel, it was not a colonial enterprise. In the West Bank, there is a colonizing and colonial framework, which is even apartheid-like in its actual workings. But in pre-1967 Israel, that was not the case. And for the first 100 years or so of Zionism, it wasn't a colonial venture. It wasn't a venture of an extension of an imperial. Let me just define colonialism, since you're so busy defining genocide.
We all need a
Imperialism and colonialism were matched together, in which an empire sent its children to dominate and take over a third world country and exploit its riches and its people. This is not what Israel did until 1967.
Emmanuel, do you agree with Benny that there is a colonial aspect, an apartheid-like aspect to the occupied West Bank?
No. Zionism is a national liberation movement that freed its land from Arab Muslim colonialism. How do you think Islam expanded itself from...
Oh, wow. He's about to blame the Ottoman Empire. Here we go.
The Arab Peninsula to Indonesia, from Indonesia to Morocco, not from the Holy Spirit. This was conquest and colonialism.
Okay, we are out of time, and I'm going to give Diana the last word before we go take a break.
Jesus.
So now we have a Nakba denier and a Nakba apologist,
denier.
as well as a genocide denier, genocide apologist. The point of the matter is that Palestinians have always paid the price for Israel's colonial adventures. My family hails for hundreds of years from Palestine. And what happened in 1948 was my family was ethnically cleansed from Palestine.
Where?
From Elim.
Where? Oh my
never
God.
able to return back to their home. My father.
That is so rude. He's like, oh, where? Where are you from, huh? That is so rude. Holy shit.
Died unable to return back to his village because of the colonialism that is called Zionism. There is no place for Zionism.
We
in
are
this
way
world today.
over on time. Daniel, 30 seconds. You want to come in?
What's remarkable to me is we've gone from denying the Nakba, and Benny Morris actually helped get past that, to threatening a second Nakba, and that's the narrative in Israel today, without going through what's most necessary, which is acknowledging and healing and redressing and Palestinians actually getting their rights, because without that, not only will Palestinians never see peace and security and the achievement of freedom, but Jewish Israelis will always live in the knowledge that that wrong will create a blowback and there's no security.
Yeah. Okay. Can't watch this whole thing. It's like an hour long. Trying to get as much in as we can.
That's what the Iranians are aiming at. And using tactical nuclear weapons
Oh,
to
wait.
destroy the Iranian nuclear installation.
Sorry, hold on. We got to go back at least a minute or two here on this one.
But you didn't say that. You said bomb them now. You said in 2008.
No. Now
Even further back. Hold on. God damn it.
Consider nuking Iran to prevent them from acquiring nuclear weapons. Not even Benjamin Netanyahu has said that. You've said it.
Well, he's more responsible. He's a prime minister.
So you're irresponsible.
Yes.
I mean, nuking an entire country.
That is not what's written in the article. You misquote everything you say.
I asked you a
Almost
question.
everything you say.
It was a question.
Okay, I'll say what the context is.
Please.
Is destroying the Iranian nuclear facilities. That's the context.
With nukes.
Yes, with nukes, but
Nuke.
not destroying Iran, as you just said. I said.
You think dropping a nuke on Iran would have limited?
Not on Iran. On small nuclear bombs can destroy facilities like Natanz, and you know that.
Not on Iran. He's just straight up lying and then going on to correct his own lies. I mean, if you strike a nuclear facility in Iran, right? It's still on the soil. It's just very, very confusing.
And you,
it's not.
I mean, you've been advocating this for 15 years, right?
No, I've been advocating an Israeli strike against the Iranian nuclear project because Iran says that its
just
policy
so
is to destroy
irresponsible.
Israel. If they ever,
it doesn't have nukes.
Tactical nukes, exactly, chat. Tactical nukes. That's the plan, I guess, according to Benny Morris here.
If they ever achieve nuclear weaponry, Israel will be in mortal.
But you didn't say that. You said bomb them now. You said in 2008.
No. Now,
in 2008,
you're not telling the truth. You know that.
You didn't call for the nuking. You didn't call for a nuclear strike in 2008 on Iran.
No, I didn't. In 2008, I said Israel should destroy the Iranian nuclear installation
with a nuclear strike.
No, I didn't say that.
This is my problem, Benny. You keep saying you don't remember.
No, I do.
The New York Times, July the 18th, 2008, an Israeli nuclear strike to prevent the Iranians from taking the final steps towards getting the bomb is probable.
I didn't say I supported it. I said it's probable.
You said the alternative is letting Tehran have its bomb. It's very clear what you were supporting. Come on, now who's playing word games?
Israel does not have as part of its policy and doesn't announce as its policy the destruction of Iran. But Iran does say that its policy is to destroy Israel, and they are working diligently to get nuclear weapons. And if the Iranians do achieve nuclear weapons, Israel will be finished. That's what the Iranians are aiming at. And using nuclear
Hard to say with that sort of analysis that you're not suggesting that Israel nuke Iran.
Nuclear
Just saying.
weapons to destroy the
Seems
Iranian
pretty clear what
nuclear
you're
installations
suggesting needs to
before they
happen.
achieve nuclear weaponry. It makes sense to me. It may not make sense to you because you're not an Israeli, so you don't care. But
wow,
I'm a human being, so I care about nuclear weapons.
I don't know what you care about.
Wow.
Well, you just assumed. Let me go to our panel here. We have
because he's not an Israeli, he can't possibly care. That is so fucked.
Butu, Palestinian lawyer in Israel, former advisor to the PLO. We have Daniel Levy, former Israeli peace negotiator at the US Middle East Project. We have Emmanuel Navon, who is an international relations lecturer at Tel Aviv University. Diana, I've got to bring you in first since we got started earlier. Potential fifth column.
This is exactly the problem, is that he's a racist. He espouses these racist views. That's the problem with Israel. Israel is a society, a country that is based on this idea of Jewish supremacy, and anything that they do or say goes, which means, therefore, that as a Palestinian who lives in that country, who is not enjoying any benefits of so-called democracy, that they get to espouse and tell me how I feel. They get to make statements like we are a fifth column, and they actually treat Palestinians as though they are a fifth column. It's very important, Mehdi, for people to understand that Israel came to us. We didn't immigrate to Israel. Israel's a colonial movement, and as a colonial movement, its aim is to not only get rid of Palestinians, but it's to transform the entire place, to erase and replace.
Okay, Emmanuel, I want to ask you this. Do you recognize the shifts that Benny was agreeing on at the start of this segment about what's happening inside of Israeli society?
Well, allow me to respond to what Diana just said. She's not telling the truth. What she's saying is not true. First of all, the Jewish country, I mean, there are over 190 states in the world. Most of them are nation states. It's not about supremacy. It is about national self-determination and freedom.
You just called it a Jewish country. That's a religious national identity that you just said just now. Out
no,
loud.
we didn't come to you. This is our land.
No, it's
this
not.
is a Jewish
land.
Oh boy.
It's our land, and first of all, when you tell me came to you, it's I did not interrupt you.
Diana, let him finish his point, Diana.
Okay. First of all, when you say we've been there for hundreds of years, the word Palestine, it's an invention of British colonialism. It was invented in 1920. It did not exist under the Ottoman Empire.
Again,
so when this story starts, it's a colonial invention. So when you say Palestine, and you can't even pronounce it in Arabic because there's no P in Arabic.
I always love this talking point because it's just basically saying if you don't have if you don't have a country, like if Palestine didn't exist, then the Nakba didn't. Then you can't actually ethnically cleanse people that aren't that don't exist, right? And it's this disgusting sort of erasure, like this revisionist history, right? Of just trying to be like, oh well, because of this thing and blah. It's like, you know, it doesn't change the basis of what we're talking about. You know, it doesn't change the historical events, even though you want to use a particular historical event to justify this sort of ignoring the rest of history, and it's a fucked position.
We did not.
And it's not shocking just how much response he's getting, not just from, oh shit, well, my God, why did I just forget her name? We talk to her, we don't talk to her, but we see her talking all the time. God damn it. It's not Jenna. I want to say it's, God damn it. I know people in chat know her name. But like her and the audience here, the just general reaction from everybody from him saying these utterly just preposterous things. Diana, thank you. Thank you. I knew it ended in
when you say Palestine, and you can't even pronounce it in Arabic because there's no P in Arabic. That's why we say Philistine, right?
There's no
We did not conquer.
All right, yes. Emmanuel, I'm going to bring you back to my question and then move on. What do you make of Bezalel Smotrich and Itamar Ben-Gvir referring to Arabs in the most dehumanizing race? Are you going to deny that as well?
Like every society, we have our extremists.
Okay.
It's a democracy. I don't agree with them. But we have, like every society, we have our extremists. And
yours are in government.
Yes, well, I didn't vote for this government. I wish they were not in the government.
Okay. Daniel hasn't spoken. Daniel Levy.
when I was in a Zionist youth movement and president of the World Junior Jewish Students, being pumped with the talking points and the propaganda points, I really think they were more sophisticated, and I may be misremembering this. I genuinely cannot believe that this is what now constitutes an Israeli attempt at defending and putting your best foot forward. But then I look at the reality in Israel today, and of course that's what it should look like, because what's the reality we're living in? And let me take two snapshots. First of all,
I don't want reality.
It's really not that surprising that we've got to this point when you consider the impunity with which the external community and Israel's allies and the West and the US treat Israel, despite the litany, the entire spectrum of violations of international law and of human rights. And yet every time there's an excuse, there's a veto at the United Nations, and then there's more arms. And in that respect, don't expect Israelis to come up with better talking points.
They don't have
They
to.
don't have to.
They don't have
because
to.
you're willing to run cover for them and create completely the wrong incentive structure.
Abso-fucking-lutely. And that's where we are going to end this Mehdi v. Morris debate and friends. I thought that was a great discussion that really sort of laid flat all of the garbage talking points coming from Israel's defenders at this point in time. Diana Boutou, Daniel Levy, Mehdi Hassan, all great people. Certainly great on this particular discussion. I did forget to warn you though, that was our last video. Well, chat, we got through another one. Thankfully, we had each other to get through this arduous journey. That's gonna be it for midnight. But till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, Mehdi, Afroponics, Normal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, PB, Robot Cat, Selena, The Anti-Corporatist, Moanoa, Nadia, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right. All these people here have helped to produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few dollars a month. On Patreon. Where some super sweet space benefits await you all. Benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn galaxy. Wow, a lot of ones in chat already. I'm just gonna initiate this chill stream real quick. Oh my god, what is... This is... Oh, this has never happened. Oh my god. How is this possible? Hi. I guess I'll go here to talk to you. Hello. It's me, GalacticStreamLord. Welcome to the super secret late night after hours galactic chill stream, where apparently we are having galactic difficulties at this time. The pool scene is, well, it's frozen because, you know, this goddamn software is always running haywire. So hopefully in a short time we'll be able to bring you back to the pool, but the pool is temporarily closed. We got the bar still, so grab a drink